Hello and welcome to Mirror Realm. My name's Nick, known as Wyvern on the Discord servers. Today, Jarrod is on the call.
Hello.
We're going to go through the Dragonlord set that's just been released and just give our initial thoughts, initial opinions on the cards. Obviously, a few of these were spoiled earlier. We've had more time to think on those ones. For the most part, though, really we have just had a bit of passing chat, haven't we? We haven't really bothered thinking too much about anything yet, I think. So this is, again, it's pretty close to our first impressions, really, I would say. First impressions with a little bit of thought beforehand. Is that true for you, Jarrod? Or have you been
Yeah, that's pretty
over
much
this
true.
day and night?
Yeah. No, haven't really thought about it too much. Just a little bit earlier while I was waiting for you to hop on, I was having a quick look, but yeah, not too deep. And only really it's only really raised some questions on how things actually work in this set for me.
Well, that
as
might
opposed
be.
to, thinking about it.
I'm sure if we have questions, I'm sure other people probably thinking the same questions as well. So we'll see how we go. Maybe we'll come up. Maybe we'll be able to answer some of them as well. So that might be part of it. Just troubleshooting the cards, so to speak. I think we'll just dive into it. I did give this a bit of thought. The Dragonlord obviously makes it a bit awkward to go through everything. But I think what we're going to do is we'll just go through the dragons in order, just alphabetical order, and just for their ability as a minion, ignoring whatever they do with Dragonlord, and then we'll go through the other cards that aren't the dragons, and then we'll go over Dragonlord, and then go back through all the dragons again, but only through the lens of using them for the Dragonlord ability. You good with that, Jarrod?
Yeah, sounds fun.
Should we just get into it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alrighty, so there's going to be we'll go with the pronunciation that I come up with here. Addtonitum, does that sound about right?
That was
Addtonitum.
definitely one thing I thought when I was reading through them earlier, just for the names. I'm like, oh, this is going to be fun, trying to work out how to actually pronounce half of these cards.
Well, alright, we'll go with that. If we're wrong for any of their pronunciation, let us know, because it would be good going forwards to pronounce these things correctly all the time, instead of once you start getting in the habit of pronouncing something wrong, it is very hard to change. But for now, it's Addtonitum. You good with that?
Or Addtonitum.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Addtonitum. Addtonitum? It rhymes with wonton.
Yeah. My first thing I thought of when I looked at this card is, what's the timing on when it does the damage? Like, do you move in and before they can block, does it kill the unit?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought that would be how it worked.
Yeah.
So that sort of makes it a bit better.
It's not accidental that the rules changes happened before this set was released, I believe.
Yeah.
So now
they probably would have been developing this card with the new rules in mind
before you attack, basically, and you do all the movement and then you stop. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I believe this card mechanically would just have worked totally different under the old rules, pretty much. But who cares about the old rules? Just only focus on the new rules. So you would move. The no intercept's a pretty big deal because it has movement +1, right? You're just going to go straight through whatever it is. You will stop where you stop at the... Plus, it's airborne on the diagonal. So the movement +1 with the airborne is pretty huge with this ability, combined with the rules changes to not be intercepted. And then, wherever it is that you stop, you can do 3 damage. Now, movement also includes... This isn't... whenever it stops. So it also... This would also apply to movement outside of your basic move and attack ability as well.
Yeah, so like whirling blades and grapple and things like that, right? And blink.
Yeah, but any I believe, might have to dive into the rules. Blink counts, whatever, grapple shot counts, even blink, teleport, flanking maneuver,
so
all of that counts. As long as you... So moving is whenever you change locations, I believe. So if you blink on the spot, I think that isn't moving for example, or teleport on the spot.
Okay.
Right, so
that would be the same.
Let's
for,
have a look. Is there a definition here? Whenever a unit stops, so let's have a look. After a unit moves, it stops. What is it?
A unit.
What
must
did it originally
move.
say? Whenever it stops, after a unit moves. Okay, let's click on moves. Move means to go from one location in the realm to a different. Exactly what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, so it has to be a different location.
Yeah. So if you blink on the spot, no good. But if you blink to a different spot, then wherever you blink to, you'll hit it for 3.
It also means if you're attacking something in this, if you're just attacking something in the same square as you don't get a stop either because there was no movement.
Yeah.
But you could, because it has movement +1, you could move to another square and back to attack the unit to get the damage again.
I think when you... good question. Ugh, that's interesting.
Because obviously that's going to be pretty relevant for attacking avatars, right?
Yeah.
For trying to get any extra damage, so you do 9 instead of 6.
Move and attack. Man, okay. This is... one step at a time. We declare a legal movement path. Here we go. When you declare movement, the only restriction is you may not repeat specific steps. So that's interesting. So does that...
it's not...
What does that mean exactly?
You're not repeating it, right? Because if you're going, say, from left to right and then right back to left, that's not the same step. But then if you try to go from left to right again, if you had movement 3, that would be a repeat. That would be my understanding of it.
That would be my understanding too, but... that would be my understanding. So let's not spend ages looking at this, and let's assume that that's the understanding. I think.
So that makes it better.
I will confirm this afterwards, and I'll just put some text on the screen to say whether this is correct or incorrect, whether you can do that. So you can continue. I'm just I'm writing down the time now, so I can go back and do that.
Yep.
So let's assume you can move out and back, and then basically attack something where you started.
Yeah, so I think it basically means that it's unblockable if to 3 power units, which is pretty useful, but it also means you're attacking avatars for 9. And if you can do it, multiple times, over turns, then it's pretty relevant, because obviously, once you're in the square, if you're going to do 6, it's quite a bit less power. That said, it's a hard card to find a home for, I think. There's not a lot of decks that really want to go to 7 in air, let alone have triple air threshold at that point. So you can't really splash it into any decks that are, splashing for grapples, with something like that. But in a heavy air, maybe there's some mid-rangey sort of deck that can sort of get to 7, maybe, but hard to find a home for it for sure. I don't think it's that strong, even if you do get it down on the board. But it's certainly not bad.
I don't think it, just for clarification as well, because I'm sure it'll be on somebody's mind, but I'm pretty sure when you cast this, it doesn't hit for 3, something that's there. I think it's only when you change locations, not when you enter the location, the first location to begin with, if that makes sense. I don't think when you summon this, it hits something for 3, where it is. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, obviously it would be quite a bit better if it did.
Because then it'd be like a mini Retanus Titan.
Yeah, because I think there will be a trend through all of these dragons, and it'll be interesting to see if there's an exception to that trend. But I think to some large degree that it's a trend that also applies to every other card in the entire game that costs 7. I think broadly or more, I think broadly you're basically saying, like, either it has to do something generally significant, but at least something the turn that it hits the board, or it has to be not easy to kill, or it has to be something that wins the game all by itself the following turn, pretty much, if they don't kill it.
Yeah.
So Great Old One would be an example of that.
And this guy is not. He's pretty. He doesn't. He's certainly easy to kill the turn you play it. He doesn't do anything the turn you play it, so it definitely loses out to both of those things. But it is pretty significant if you're attacking avatars. But then again, there's probably better ways to do it. So
you say,
probably not even like doesn't even really.
I mean, what does it
win out
even
in that
do if you like? Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's even then, it's not like. I mean, you know, if they've got Plague of Frogs or whatever, they've got 7 frogs where they are. Like, you know, so he's zapping one of them, and one of the other ones is blocking. 3.5
I mean, realistically, if you've got airborne and movement +1, you probably find anywhere on the board to just attack for 6 in that scenario exactly. Instead of getting in for 9. So,
yep.
But yeah, obviously, it definitely loses some of its value. But the fact that it can't be blocked by, like, you know, double blocked by 2 3-power minions to take it down is also pretty, it matters. So it's pretty hard to kill in, like, straight up combat. But again, it's, you know, it's pretty easy to kill because it doesn't have anything sticky to it apart from airborne.
Well, it also dies to lots of stuff, really. That's the thing. Like, it's not at 6 power, you get double bolted, i.e. Archimago. You get double magic missiled or firebolts, i.e. Archimago. You know, it doesn't have burrowing or whatever. It can just get buried or submerged or poison nova because it's not immune to lethal. Like, the list goes on and on, right? It basically dies to everything. And importantly, the 6, like, if it had 7 power, right, all of a sudden double bolt, double missiles, whatever, doesn't kill it. It would be quite a bit better if it was 7. Plus 7 plus 3 would take it to 10, so it would be 2 hits to destroy them again. Like, it would be so much better if it was 7. I think a lot of the dragons are 6 powered, so they're all gonna.
Yeah, but I mean, they could have also just made it do 4 damage, right? If they wanted to make it do actually be a 2-turn clock, but then 3 is very thematic to air with bolts and lightning, you know, like you know, bolts, missiles, all those sort of things. So maybe they wanted to keep it at 3, but
I do think the double bolt, double missiles thing is significant against Archimago, or even other stuff, right?
I agree.
Not just Archimago that can do 2 of those 3 damage spells in the same turn. I don't know, but like I was saying, I honestly believe to some, like, it'd have to be doing something pretty special to, if it doesn't have a sort of do something the turn it hits the table. Some of these dragons do, right? They're doing something immediately that same turn. But if it doesn't do anything the turn it comes in, if it's not sticky as such, or it's just not particularly difficult in any way to actually kill, and if you untap with it, you don't necessarily sort of immediately win the game. It's just, I think any dragons that fall under that bucket will be, I wouldn't say unplayable, but they're going to be fringe playable, I'm pretty sure.
I think this might be the worst one in the set.
Yeah. Yep, but it feels...
the worst card. Not just dragon, just the worst card.
I mean, obviously, if you get to untap with it, yeah, like in a... You know, it does feel alright. You could move 2. Obviously, you could do its thing. Plus, you could blink it twice or something. Like, you could potentially do some antics, but once they know that you've got it, it's pretty easy for them to position around not being completely sort of steamrolled by those antics, if that makes sense. Like, you could still get in for the 6 damage, but you probably can't board wipe them easily.
Actually, even thinking back on it, it's not even completely unblockable to 3 damage units, right? Because if they're blocking from a different square...
Yeah, exactly, yep.
But it's like, with airborne movement +1, you're probably going to be able to end up in the right square to do it. So it sort of is, but there's definitely going to be scenarios where you're not going to be able to be unblockable, but...
Yeah, I think
it's a pretty weak card overall.
Yep, I agree. Anything much more to say about this?
I don't think so.
All of these being triple instead of double is huge as well. All of them are so much more splashable, like in control decks if they're double. But at triple, a lot of control decks won't be like it's pretty important, I would imagine, for most of these dragons that you could cast them on curve, basically, and not have it in hand for like 3 more turns to get to, having to wait till you get to 10 mana just to have the 3 air thresholds type of thing. So
yep.
I think that'll be a...
Yeah, they all really feel like they're just over pipped to make Shrine of the Dragonlord and Dragonlord's Lair more relevant.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Yeah, they've got Arthurian Legends thresholding instead of Gothic thresholding, or Beta thresholding, let's say. Move on?
Yep.
So this one, well, let's see if there is one worse. You've declared it the worst one in the set. We'll see if it's...
Just as a gut feeling, I haven't actually ranked them, but it's either that or the Grey Wolves one, but yeah, we'll get there when we get there.
I'm going to say this is pronounced Kstus. You got the different version of the pronunciation?
Good enough for me.
Alright. So 5 powered, so it's actually less. Still costs 7, 1 of each threshold. Airborne Void Walk, which is interesting. Tap the next dragon you cast to this location costs 0. You still have to have the thresholds, does it say that? And you still have to pass it to your own side and meet the requirements. I mean, my concern with this is the same as the previous one in a way, that this is... I mean, you can cast it in the Void, but then you can't basically use its ability easily. I mean, you can, I guess.
Yeah, you can, because
Void, then
like that's the thing I was going to do. Yeah, that's basically what I was going to go down the line of. Like, you can play it safely with a Void Walk and then just put your own side under it, so you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to get its ability off the next turn.
Yeah, okay. And then they just Earthquake you and you lose both. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But, if you're trying to get the ability off, you can do it, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, but the ability is also pretty awkward, really, because you also need the thresholds for that other dragon. You need to have the other dragon in your hand. They know exactly what you're doing. So, if they have Earthquake, they're not wasting it that turn, obviously. They're saving it, or caving, or whatever, right? Yep. Or they're stepping up in preparation for a Poison Nova, or whatever the case is. They know it's coming, is what I'm saying. So, it doesn't do
plan around it.
Anything the turner hits the table. And in this particular case, I mean, maybe the dragon that you tap to bring in with it would do something the turn that it enters, but the fact that you've got to tap this, this does not feel very good to me.
Yeah, I think...
For the same reasons, really, in that it's not particularly sticky. I mean, it's obviously sticky if you just leave it in the Void the whole game and it doesn't do anything, but that doesn't feel good. I
really feel like this is going to be one of those cards that's not incredible at the moment. It's probably not even going to see play at the moment. It's a bit but future-wise could just be completely busted. Like, every time dragons get released, you're going to have to go back to this card and think of interactions with it, pretty much.
Yeah.
But as it is currently, don't know, bit rough. As a minion.
Yeah, there may be some kind of combo that, I don't know, like Kingdom of Agartha or something like that gives everything Void Walk, and then all of a sudden you could potentially just play everything into the Void directly. I think Kingdom of Agartha gives the minions in your hand burrowing as well.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting.
So potentially, but even then, it's like you've got presumably whatever that card is unique. This is also unique. You got to have both to have the combo. There's 70 cards in a deck going forwards.
Yeah.
And then at that point, you still have to sit off in the Void and wait a bunch of turns before you can eventually build up to win the game whilst they're smacking your face in. I mean,
I think that definitely feels like the biggest issue with all of these Dragon Synergy cards is almost all the dragons are just uniques, and trying to build a deck of synergies around a bunch of uniques, it does not feel great.
Yeah. I mean, and then outside of its tap to put a dragon down ability, because it's a little bit weird as well, because it can't do it the turn that you cast it. I mean, unless it has charge, then it can, obviously, but let's assume that it doesn't for a second. In order to cast it, you probably had the 7 mana. Maybe not, with Reanimator and stuff, but probably. So the next turn, it's
you really got to be wanting to put 2 dragons down.
Yeah, but let's say for argument's sake, you've got 7 mana and you have one card in your hand and it's a dragon. Are you not better off just to pay the 7 mana to cast out the dragon and just attack with this?
Attack, yeah.
Like, how useful is that ability in reality anyway? Like it at the end of the day, if you cast this, you probably can cast whatever the other dragon is the following turn anyway. You just have the choice to do it this way instead if you want to, because you want to do something else as well. Probably, right? Like, yeah, maybe you got this out with a Full Waters of Paradise or something, so maybe that's not true. But again, another unique, right? It's like whatever that deck
also,
is,
if ever you rush this out, it makes the threshold requirements for putting into play, like the tap ability, pretty difficult as well.
Yeah. I mean, I would already potentially want to debate you on as to whether this might be the worst card in the set.
I think this one is slightly better just because the power level of what it does is potentially going forward going to be a problem for them. Like, I can already think of it being pretty interesting with the archivist, right? For sneaking that into play free so that you can potentially use that to do shenanigans with the rest of your mana. So that's where it actually has some synergy and possibly does something. But whereas the other guy, I don't know, it's just pretty old. I go other gal, I guess, because it says she in its box. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't, like, that one doesn't do as much as this one. Like, ceiling, I should... Yeah, so the ceiling of this one is way higher than the ceiling in the other one, right?
I guess.
And actually,
I mean, this one could still have some anti... If there's a way to make it just move a whole bunch of time somehow in one turn, this could get really good, obviously.
Yeah.
But...
7 league boots? No, that doesn't help.
That'll only stop once. Yeah, it needs to be something that does a whole bunch of, like, separate movements. I don't know if any card exists.
You play it on 7 with an AM and then you blink 4 times in the next turn. Yeah. But it just turns your blinks into lightning bolts.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, like, even after you play it, they can position their stuff, like, not in 4 places that are nearby each other, right? So you can chain it all together with a bunch of blinks to kill it all. They just need to put stuff in the same square, and it makes it way harder for you, because you got to go in and out.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying before, to play around it. But anyway, with this one... I don't know. I don't feel either of these are particularly good.
Well, it's definitely more like a 13A, 13B situation where they're both not great. They're both sort of bottom of the barrel. Which might actually be the case for quite a few of these cards. Spoiler alert, I don't think many of the cards in this set are very good.
Yeah, neither do I. This one, though, anything else to say about it, really?
I think as a minion, quotation marks, is that it's done.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a bit maybe that we should have done this one after the other dragons, because obviously this one directly synergizes with the other dragons. But if there's something relevant, we'll just mention it with the other dragons as we go through. We'll skip over. We'll do the artifacts after the dragons. So let's look at this one. Draco Corvus. Gonna debate my pronunciation.
I mean, pronounceable, yeah.
So 5 power again, 7 mana again, double air, double earth, and it has airborne stealth. You tap it, and it teleports the target tap minion to borrow it.
I quite like this one, actually. I think this one's actually not even just good for Dragonlord, but I think this one's actually just good. Now, again, it's 7. A lot of decks, don't want to go to 7, but it's certainly hard to kill, and it's got pretty good ability.
Well, the stealth rule change obviously really matters for this, because now it's going to lose it as soon as you use the ability. Under the old stealth, I believe you could have just kept doing it over and over again, and it would remain stealth. But again, I imagine that's part of the rules changes. I completely forgot about that change. So you thought that this could just keep teleporting around, killing everything under stealth?
I mean, I wasn't really thinking about it, but yeah, I suppose it does make it worse than my initial impression.
Well, it's a lot worse, but I don't think the card would exist this way with the old stealth.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I still think it's pretty alright, but yeah, I don't think it's like see him play in many decks anyway, but it's still better than the other two because it's, sure, it doesn't do something the turn it comes down, but it's hard to kill the turn it comes down. So
which is important.
That matters quite a bit.
Right? So it's pretty sticky.
Yeah.
So it gets to, either do its thing, or attack something under stealth. Unblockable.
Yeah.
It's got airborne, so if you play it down, and because the reality is with a lot of these dragons, probably the deck is not an aggro deck. If it wants to go to 7 mana to cast a dragon, probably.
Yeah.
So
it's more like mid-range
chance you're on the back foot in these matches, right? So, like, if you're on the back foot and you play this, the fact that it's got stealth, they can't easily kill it. They would have, there's a good chance you get to block with it. If you're on the back foot. Yeah,
you should be able to definitely get a pretty advantageous block.
Because it's got airborne, you also can block on the diagonal, which is, it's okay on the back foot, right? Because they can't easily remove it, so you probably get to block some damage. Yeah, then they probably just get to finish it afterwards, but then you've 2-for-1 them at that point, which is not terrible. Compared to it not having stealth, and you just play it as a blocker and then them just bury it, and then just proceed to kill you, kind of thing. Like, I think it's...
Yep. I also think even though it's like air, earth, I think it's actually easier to cast than triple air one.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Obviously in a deck that has the thresholds, but yep.
Yeah, of course, but it's like, if you're those two elements, it's easier to cast this than just the pure air one in this same deck.
Yeah. Just...
Yeah, I mean, it's...
I don't see us playing this.
Yeah, maybe it's I don't know. Maybe I just
it's
like
better
it,
than the
but I
other
don't think
two, I think.
Great or anything.
It's better than the other two.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's definitely better than the other two, but how good it is, I'm not sure. But yeah, I don't think it's probably going to see too much
also
play.
only tap minions, so if there's something they really don't want you to kill, then they just don't tap it.
Yeah, I think it's probably just as a minion is getting me a bit here, because I think probably when I first saw this card I was more thinking about it for the avatar.
Sure.
And that's probably where some of my hype for it came, but just thinking about it as a minion again, just purely as a minion, it's probably better than the other two, with less upside than the Celestus, but sticky, so maybe it's a bit better, but yeah.
But probably nothing. Well, we don't imagine at the moment anyway that we would probably be playing any of these three cards, right, in our constructed decks.
Nah, don't think so.
Alright. Ignis Rex. I think that's just a pronunciation. We don't gotta question it.
Another easy one.
So this is a 6-powered one, 5/5 threshold, cost 7 again. Airborne, immune to fire damage. That's not nothing.
It makes it a bit harder to kill.
Especially Poison Nova is pretty popular these days. Once on your turn, discard a fire card. This includes sites with a fire threshold. Deal 3 damage to units at target adjacent location. So you don't have to tap to do it. You can do it the turn it hits the table. I mean, this is ticking a lot more of the sort of prerequisite boxes to be playable.
For sure.
It's a bit more sticky. It can do something the turn it hits the table.
The fact that it's AoE damage is pretty significant too. Like hitting everything at the location.
And the fact that it can be sites is not insignificant. The fact that it doesn't have to be a spell, it can be a site.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
It's also possible that having a discard outlet could be a benefit for some other synergies, potentially.
Flamecaller, let's say, already.
Yep, so Flamecaller, but I was thinking more maybe because there's that, Carrionettes, is it, the reanimator card? So,
Flame forwards, yep.
Oh, and the fire on, the Infernal Legion is pretty good discard if you want to Carrionets it back, so that's pretty good combo with this.
Yeah, again,
But
it's
yeah,
hard to know if we're rating these cards based on what currently exists or what exists going forwards, but let's just see how we go.
Well, I mean, we know those cards exist, right? So
Yeah, well,
Has it been
not at the
revealed?
moment, though. We just know that they are going to exist in the future, but not right now. And these exist right now, right? Like, so if you're
Yeah, I
playing in a
suppose.
tournament tomorrow or next month or before Gothic comes out, then those cards don't matter.
yeah. But yeah, but it probably still falls under the same boat of cost 7, triple pipped, so it's like pretty hard to find a home for it. It's not that many decks that would want to be doing this.
Maybe it's playable on Flamecaller at the moment.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think they go to 6 a lot anyway, so it's probably fine there. Having a discard for that is pretty good. Could be okay in like a Death Speaker deck, possibly. Might be a bit hard to get into play, but you know, if you like ramped it out with like a 4 waters or something,
It's
you
pretty
could see
good
it being
with
pretty good in that scenario.
like Flame Wave and stuff, right? To potentially Major Explosion. I don't know. It's pretty good to
Because immune to fire.
yeah
Well,
to have sort of
It only gives them +1, right? Oh no, it's not even a pump like the Phoenix, but yeah, it just doesn't take damage from it.
yeah. So
As soon as you said it's good with those, I just immediately thought of Phoenix and getting
okay.
pumped, but no.
I mean,
but yeah,
I
not
think
taking
that's
damage
more
to
of
that.
a fringe benefit as opposed to a core combo type of thing. Just
Yeah,
you could create some interesting possibility just in your lines of play to be able to sort of, you know, attack something that like just do stuff together and it not die, where the Flame Wave might have easily killed it. Obviously Flame Wave, I can't remember the exact damage sequence, but it's probably generally not going to kill it, but
is it 7-5-3-1?
yeah, I think so. Yeah. So obviously it would die on the 7. It wouldn't die on the 5 or the 3, but it would if it already taken other damage, right? So, like if you attack something with it to kill something that was like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It just creates.
Yeah, it's more like clear out some blockers and then hit the bigger
Yeah.
thing that was
I
getting
mean, I'm not trying to
protected.
big it up as a big comment. I'm just saying it would just occasionally create like extra possible lines of play, right? Being immune to your own fire damage. It would matter occasionally, but it's probably more of a thing for them to not be hit by their fire damage. Generally, I would have thought.
But again, it's still got that
It matters if you use its ability when it targets its own location because it won't hit itself.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty helpful. But like you were saying with the other 6 power ones and stuff, like the double bolt still kills it. You know, sure you can't double fire bolts, but you know, or any double fire burn, but you know, all the air burn will still get it. So it's like it's certainly stickier than you know, the air one, but not by a significant margin. But against any like, you know, pure fire or like heavy fire decks, it's very sticky. So, you know, it's got that going for it. It does something the turn comes into play, so it's got that going for it. So it's certainly better than the other ones.
I think the main thing is just it's better than the other ones, but I think the reason why is because it's all of these things. It is more sticky, but it's not sticky.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's not by like a significant margin.
It does something when it comes into play, but not necessarily something that significant. I mean, your best case scenario is it's doing something, and in order for that to happen, you've also got to discard another card from your hand. It's also got to be a fire card. I mean, generally, I'd imagine you're getting one thing with this as a general rule, right? So
yeah,
you're basically
but it could be
discarding a card to get a card. It could be more if they expect it's coming.
Could be more, but it could also be like a Morgana, right? That's hard to kill. So, you know, there's like stealth units and things that you can't target. So it's not like insignificant, but
yeah. There's all sorts of ways this card could be different to be awesome, but I guess that's true of all of them. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that it's just, if it's got the fire threshold, that's what makes it a fire site for this. I'm not going to bother checking. I don't know. Is there anything? I think it's the most playable one so far, and probably not that playable. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's more playable than this one, right?
I think so. But yeah, like you said, it's probably got a pretty good home in Flamecaller.
Right, this one's just we're gonna go down a rabbit hole. This one's gonna be age. Let's just do this one up. The last dragon.
Come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So, Moonsong talagelum. Moonsong talagelum. I'm gonna go with that. That's my final answer. You gonna override me?
No.
All right. So this is the one that sort of is like. It sort of just falls out of sequence with everything else. I think someone just had a. I think probably what happened is this piece of art existed, and they're like, "All right, does this make sense thematically?" Something like that. I don't know. Either that, or someone was like, "We need a meme card or something." I don't know. I
feel like if this card wasn't painted by Ed Beard, it would have just been in Gothic and not taken up a slot in this. Because it does not feel like it should be in this at all.
I mean, it is a dragon.
Yeah, sure. There's dragons in other sets.
So, alright, so it's 3 for 3 with Airborne, which at air, like, if you ignore its Grey Wolf's ability for a second, it's basically... the reason why I'm saying that is there's an obvious conversation to be had about Grey Wolves decks, but before we have that conversation, is this playable in a deck that doesn't have Grey Wolves? And I think the answer is just no.
No. You're obviously going to play Pegasus before this.
Yeah, and then...
Maybe if you're desperate for dragon synergies, but even then, having like the 2 extra Earth threshold, that makes it almost impossible to cast on 3 on curve. Like, it's rough.
Yeah, I think this is not.
But
at the moment, maybe in the future, you just want all the dragons you can get for some reason. So maybe it gets in, but I think at the moment, at least, with the cards that exist at the moment, which it's too hard to rate it based on everything that could possibly happen in the future. So let's even just ignore Gothic to some degree. We can mention it, but I think broadly, let's try to ignore it a bit. I think it's just not playable, right? Outside of a Grey Wolves deck.
I don't even know if it's playable in a Grey Wolves deck.
Yeah, so that's the next conversation. So, but we fixed on that one. Not playable in a non Grey Wolves deck. Yeah, okay. So
absolutely
in a Grey Wolves deck, it's pretty interesting because we actually built Grey Wolves decks before, and also rated them very highly in the past. I think there's a thing about them being a bit of a meme deck, but I know definitely before the Arthurian Legends there was a pretty competitive deck, like a not S tier but like A tier, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, for sure.
As to where it stands now, it's in a bit of a weird place just because of Archimego and Feast for Crows being pretty popular, and that being a real problem card for the deck, really. And then also just there's a big rise in popularity of some other cards in the meta at the moment that hose it big time, like Poison Nova as well, are really bad for Wolves.
Yep.
And I know people are saying, well, just include all of these other cards in the deck that aren't Grey Wolves that help you not die to all of these cards. But once you have to start like basically playing counter cards to everything, a lot of the reason you want to play Grey Wolves to begin with is gone, basically. Like it's...
Yeah, because if you're not basically playing 2 Grey Wolves a turn, the deck becomes very underpowered very quickly.
Yeah, and you're basically just including Shield Maidens or this or that in order to die less quickly and die less often and win less often, something like that, right?
Yes.
Like you're including them to have more fun and win less often, something like that. So the main answer generally to not dying to Poison Nova, let's say, is to win the game before they draw it, basically.
Yeah.
Or
before they can play it, which is possible.
Yeah, or before they can play it. And the same as Feast, right? You just... Generally, the answer is just... To all of this stuff, the answer is just to try to win the game as fast as possible with Wolves. And a big part of that is you're just faster if you have more Wolves on the board, because then sort of just... The damage just stacks up really fast, you know? one extra wolf is a whole bunch of extra damage, pretty much. And once you're talking multiple extra wolves, it's just ridiculous. And then the other thing as well with wolves is another reason you want to play 2 a turn is because even if you do get board wiped, you can re-establish a winning position within 3 turns.
I suppose one thing we should mention with why this doesn't just directly replace a wolf is because in all the wolves deck we build, we're always sorcerer and we always just stop at 4 sites, effectively. So because this costs 3, it means you can't play this and another wolf in the same turn, and you start like messing with your whole draw and how often you can actually play 2 every turn, sort of thing.
I think that is true to some. I mean, there definitely is the thing where you go to 5, but you go to 5
only when you need it, because you've drawn the earthquake or whatever card it was.
Whatever bearing of the deck it is. Maybe an earthquake. It may be an Atlantean Fate. It may be... but typically it's a card that if you already have it in your hand and you just drawing a side at the beginning of your turn to tap and draw the side to play the card that you already have, and that card is basically going to win you the game that turn. That's why you do it.
Yes.
Whereas this is probably just not going to win you the game the turn that you play it. I don't even know how this is going to help you do any more than a Grey Wolves is going to help you do the turn you play it. Obviously, it'll do more in the future turns, but the actual turn you play it, it's basically just going to do the same. The other issue with this is just the thresholds in particular, because you...
pretty hard to get that threshold in 4 sites when you're probably playing water sites as well. And non-thresholded sites like Imperial Road.
Yeah, I mean, depending on the build, right? But ideally, you want to be playing things like Imperial Road or water sites or both or whatever, right? Towers, some versions of it, you can play towers, which obviously works with this because it's air. But it's just awkward generally. The thing is with a tower, like you can't even play the tower on turn 2 to power it out, right? Because you're not going to have the thresholds either.
Yeah,
3 mana. So those thresholds, right. I think it would be way more playable, but still possibly not playable. But if it was single earth, single air, because then you could go earth site and then tower into it, right?
Yeah.
And then you could go tower turn. So you could go turn 2 this, and then this is harder to pick off than a wolf, right? Because it's 3 powered.
I think an even more interesting thing to consider on this one is the possibility of it still costing 2, but still having the same thresholds. So you're probably not, so you're never really playing it on 2, but it's potentially like a better wolf down the line when you have your thresholds, which is another
that might
interesting.
But it doesn't cost 2 either. Yeah,
no, it doesn't. But
I think it's strategically casted just to be bad enough to not be any good, pretty much. Like you're saying, if it costs 2, it would be playable. I think in some Grey Wolves decks, if it costs 2, it would be good. And I also think if it just had 1 less Earth threshold, it would also be good in some other Wolves decks.
It feels like it was balanced by someone who doesn't play Wolves.
Grey Wolves, yeah. Then Grey Wolves decks are already in a pretty bad place in the meta at the moment, generally anyway, for a bunch of reasons. But like saying, just a lot of cards are popular that just completely hose them.
It also doesn't do something that the Grey Wolves deck needs.
No.
Like if say this was a shield meta that had this Grey Wolves text and it was just a dragon, right? Like that would actually be something that they would want to try and stretch for this card. Yeah. But just having like an airborne minion with like 2 or 3 extra power on a Grey Wolf, 2 extra power on a Grey Wolf, that means nothing to a Wolves deck. Where your minions are like 5 to 10 power anyway.
Well, no, like I was saying, it doesn't mean anything unless it was the first one that you're playing, because one of the issues with the Wolves deck is that if your initial one gets picked off, it can be a real rough ride.
Yeah, for sure.
So in a world where it was like 1 Earth, 1 Air threshold, then you could go, Earth Site Tower turn 2 to power this out on turn 2, and then another tower the following turn to power out 2 Wolves. You probably won the game at that point. In a lot of matchups. Yeah, whereas
this version
don't
have
have specific
to be like
answers.
This one would have to be like Tower, Shrine of the Dragonlord, then play like a regular site, an Earth site.
I mean, it does make you a little bit more resilient to Feast for Crows, but you basically got to already have a winning board position, and then when they cast it, and then and then this is one other card that you effectively get to draw one more Grey Wolves after they've removed all the Grey Wolves. It potentially helps you get over the finish line when you were already in a winning position when they Feast for Crows you, which isn't a completely fringe scenario.
I mean, realistically, say you had a board where they feasted you, and then you put them to death's door, and then they novaed you, and then you played this. They're probably going to be able to kill this and not die to it, realistically.
Probably. But it also might, when I say winning, I'm not necessarily won, but just winning. Like, you still... There are all sorts of potential states where it potentially helps you get over the finish line, but there's all sorts of other states where it doesn't. And then in the end, when you look at all of that, combined with the amount of times that it's a dead card in your hand because of it costing 3 or not being able to do the thresholds, and how many times does it lose you the game when that happened? Is that just more than all the scenarios where it actually helps you win? And probably the answer is yes, I imagine.
Yeah, I think almost certainly the answer is yes.
So... Like, it certainly doesn't, like you said, like, at absolute best case scenario, it's a completely minor fringe upgrade to a deck that's already in a bad place in the meta anyway, that doesn't get it into a good place at all. Going back to what you said, it doesn't do anything that the Grey Wolves deck actually needs it to do. There's all sorts of things that it could do that would help, and this doesn't really help. It literally just does the same as what a Grey Wolves already does. But I'm not sure that this was designed in order to propel Grey Wolves into the meta. I think it was just more of a meme or a bit of fun for somebody.
Yeah, it's a meme card for sure.
Yeah. So,
which is unfortunate, because they could have actually just spent a little bit more time balancing it and actually made it be an impactful card for that deck, which doesn't really get any support as it is. Instead, they just went -1 in the Dragonlord set for some reason, which is unfortunate in a set that only has 13 cards.
Yeah, there's just so many things it could do. Like you're saying, it could have the sort of Shield Maiden's ability built. There's just, I don't know, there's so much it could.
It also throws out the the synergies of the actual casting costs of cards in the set, because it's the 3 gold cards, one is one of each element, and the other 2 are 2 of each element, as in the opposite elements of each card. And this one is just a random gold card thrown in that is just 2 and 1 and doesn't synergize with any other card in the set.
I would say it's just because this, well, like I said, it's one or two things, right? Either because somebody wanted a meme, or this art already existed, and when you look at the piece of art, it's well, I don't know, probably I can see how when you take this piece of art, you end up having something to do with wolves, obviously, right? Because there's a wolf, basically. So it's just, I don't know. I think the shame in a way is that it could have just been more interesting and not just been a meme, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
That's probably the biggest shame. I would, because it would have been so. I mean, for us, we've built Grey Wolves decks in the past, right? So I think it would have been really cool if this did something where you're like, oh, let's explore that space again, right? Let's see if we can get it to work. And instead, we're this isn't going to work. We just know it.
Yeah, it's this doesn't even open up any discussion of maybe we should do it. It's more you were oh, there's a Grey Wolves card, and I'm but it's bad. It doesn't do anything. And you sort of kept trying to convince me, and I think the more you tried to convince me, the more you convinced yourself that I was right.
Yeah, I think just the threshold, under all it's just all the lines just lead to a bad place.
Yeah,
if there were lots of things, it's sort of lots of individual things in this card were slightly different, it would be fine. Even this casting cost, it's problematic only because of what it does. If it did something different that was more impactful, this casting cost could be totally fine. In fact, it could be 5, basically, right? Actually,
yes.
So it could cost more. It's just this combination of just being just quite bad enough at everything to not be good under any circumstance, pretty much.
Yeah, it's also every other dragon in the set costs 7, and this one just randomly costs 3.
Yeah. Yeah. For example, if this costs 7 and it's just gives all nearby Grey Wolves an additional +1 power or something. The fact that you could, we wouldn't want to play it anyway, but at least in some other Grey Wolves deck that would never be competitive, it would, I don't know.
Yeah.
It could just do something different somehow. Obviously, it wouldn't be good for us, but this isn't good for us anyway. At least it would still cost 7. At least it would do something really fun and really big for those who want it, if that makes sense. But the issue is you wouldn't want to go to 7 mana, basically. But, I don't know, maybe. If it did that, we'd be having a different conversation. Like, I don't know, what about if you jammed a couple of mixes in the deck or whatever, right? Maybe would that work? Would you be okay with that? I don't know. Maybe. But there's no conversation at the moment.
No. We probably spent too long on it.
Let's move on.
Looks like no one's going to play. So. And I feel so. Actually, one last thing. I think the fact that this exists is the only reason why I wasn't 100% sure the air one is the worst one in the set. Because I think it purely goes to this. But yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of cards contending for this is the worst card in Dragonlord, and not a lot contending for I like this card. This is a good card.
Yeah. All right. Moving on. I think this is the first actual good one. All right.
Yep. Yeah.
So, all right. Cost 7, 3 Earth Threshold, 6 power again. Talamh, dreig. Talamh, dreig. What combination of these?
Probably definitely right. Talamh,
dreig.
Talamh, dreig. Maybe.
Dreig. All right. Let us know. I've got no idea how to pronounce this one. So it can't be moved by force. Has +1 power for each adjacent site. So that, under a lot of circumstances, that's going to put it to 10 or 11
very
power.
Hard to kill. Yeah.
Generally, right.
So it clearly falls under the it's really hard to kill category.
And that's going to be from the turn it enters play. It's going to be that big. Probably 11 if you want it to be, but maybe you choose for it to be 10. But you could always choose for it to be 11.
Realistically, the only time it's ever really going to be smaller than like 11 is if it's in the back row somewhere, and then it'll probably be 9, maybe smaller.
It could be off to the edge. You might choose to play it on the front row, but off as far wide as possible.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
To get out the way of a Poison Nova, because that's basically the main thing that can kill it easily.
Yep. Yeah, because like if it's 11, not much does burn wise,
but it's nearly always going to be 10 or 11, just about always. Which is obviously huge. 2 hits, their death dawdle by itself. If you're trying to kill it through raw damage, that's a ton of damage you have to do to it.
Yeah. So the interesting thing I liked about its size was if it's in the middle of the board and it's 11, you can craterize even on it and get rid of every blocker on the board and make sure it gets its hit in.
Yeah.
Effectively. So.
Which is pretty big. Yeah, and it was pretty big because obviously.
Which is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Because it fits the curve pretty well too.
Yeah. And they're not being moved by force, so they can't bury it or submerge it to kill it, which would be one of the main ways to kill it when it's that big.
But it also means you can't grapple it, so that's definitely it's a positive and a negative on this card for sure.
Yeah. Or blink.
Because if you could grapple this, you'd be pretty happy.
Or blink it.
Yeah, it's more just the grapple for the one shot though. Is what I was thinking about.
Yep. Yeah, but not being able to effectively reposition it in order to. Like, all they have to do is jam down some chump blocker and they can get the chump block, basically, right?
Yeah, but you wouldn't even be upset unless it's like... Because you still lay, 1 for 0ing them over and over every time they chump block, if they're blocking with relevant things. But if they're just chucking, like, random foot shoulders and stuff, then you don't feel great. But, like I was saying, right, you can play AoE damage around it very easily without actually killing it. So it's pretty easy to clear out blockers for it also. But it definitely requires support as opposed to just being a one and done sort of card of just doing its own thing.
Yeah, I mean, it works, like you said, it works really well with Cradle and probably you're not ever playing this unless you're playing Cradle.
Yeah, but it's probably most decks that you're playing Cradle. You're definitely considering playing this card for sure.
Yep. I
wonder if it is the best minion in the set.
It's the best one we've gone over so far. I don't know what else is left.
Yeah. Definitely competes with the water and the artifact, I think.
We're going to have to... Yeah. Best so far. We'll decide the best one at the end.
Yep.
So... But certainly, this is the first one where I'm like, I can see us playing this index from time to time, for sure. Or at least...
I think this pretty easily slots straight into our Archmage deck. Whether or not that deck's still good anymore, that's
and whether or not it ultimately... Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, there's a question about whether that deck's any good. Not to be answered in this video, but that's just due to the rule changes, basically. But we're not going to go into that now. But I think at the very least, this is a card, unlike many of these other dragons. Like, we will at least try this index.
Yeah.
You know, as to whether it ends up with a spot.
That was probably true of Ignis Rex.
Probably.
It's probably true of Ignis Rex in Flamecrawler, at least. I think, like, Flamecrawler, you were right. That just slots straight into the deck. You don't really need to think about it. It's almost certainly going in. But outside of that, it's playable this is definitely the main one.
It's playable for 2 months, maybe. Till Flamecrawler falls on the death knell.
Yep.
Right, from Gothic. But, I don't know. This one, I can just... I feel this is better than Ignis Rex, probably. I mean, because it is really difficult to kill. Too. And that's important. And plus, if they can't, like you said, like you can clear the blockers out, you're going to play Cradle. Like, there's a good chance if they can't deal with this, they lose. And there's a good chance they can't deal with it.
Absolutely. Right? It's also like, because it's Earth, it sort of synergizes more with the decks that ramp up the curve a lot more as well, you know, through like Leprechauns and Land Surveyors and like various ramp methods that Earth has. So it's sort of the 7 casting cost isn't as punishing as it is in the other decks either.
I mean, Geomance is basically guaranteed to cast this on turn 7 if they want.
Yeah. This if this doesn't just go into every Geomancer deck automatically, I'd be very surprised.
I mean, it's very, very playable, this one. It's like you said, the can't be moved by force is really good to make it sticky. It's also, it has that negative side that you can't grapple shot it in particular. That's a pretty huge downside.
It's also incredible with Earthquake, right? Because it doesn't get buried, but you still get to rearrange and kill all the blockers and things like that. And... yeah,
another easy way to clear the blockers out.
Yeah, it's also pretty good with Atlas Wanderers because you can actually still move it with that because it moves the sites instead.
Yeah.
So it's definitely in the right element to have this can't be moved thing, for sure.
Yeah.
It's only ever really a downside if you're pairing it with air.
Yep. Which is probably the best element to pair Earth with generally.
Yep. I agree.
But, you know, as more and more cards get released, at least, it's interesting now, because maybe there's enough to want to go Mono Earth at the moment, at least with 60 cards. And there could certainly, depending on what's in Gothic, maybe enough for 70. I don't know. It's very good. But again, going back, it's big enough if, like, for the reasons, like, it's sticky, it's difficult to kill, and if you start a turn with it, there's a good chance you're going to win the game. Basically. There's a good chance in the deck that's built to hold this properly that if you, like you're saying, if you untap them with this, you've either got a Cradle or an Earthquake or something in hand where you're clearing all the blockers out and smacking their face in, basically.
Sure.
The unfortunate thing is that you can't grapple, so you can't Death Storm that turn for the full 20 easily.
But it pairs with Cradle to do that for the one shot. You know, 10 to face. 10 to 11 to one of their sites, and you're pretty happy there.
Yeah.
So it's all, it doesn't pair with grapple, but it pairs with Cradle instead.
And probably there's a lot of game states where you get to hit them for 10 to the face and clear all their blockers out as well.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I
haven't really put much thought into it, but it might be my favorite art of the set. Definitely be up there with a consideration with maybe only a couple of other cards, but I actually quite like the art on this one quite a lot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to go back and look at all the... I haven't been focusing on the art. I've been focusing on...
Yeah, I haven't really either, but it just popped to my mind when I was looking at this one.
Yeah, I quite like it, and I got no idea what other ones I do or don't like to be able to compare properly. So,
I mean, so basically, the whole time we've been going through all the other ones, I haven't... that thought hasn't really popped into my mind. So it's like, I suppose so far it probably is this one.
Is there anything more to say?
I don't think so. I think we covered all of it.
Alright. Just going to quickly check the art. I don't mind that. Cool. Alright. Vatin, draconius. Sound right?
I feel like VATN, there's going to be some
Vatin.
really weird pronunciation that you just... It doesn't even sound like VATN.
Vatin. Alright.
But yeah.
No idea. So this is the triple water 7 cost 1 that's 6 power. Has submerge. It's important. We didn't mention it specifically, but the earth one doesn't have airborne. Obviously.
Yeah,
so
I thought about it, but
yeah,
I forgot to say it.
And this one doesn't either. It has submerge. At the end of your turn, you may submerge all minions and artifacts here. So this can both do something the turn it hits the board and be really difficult to kill. But
I really like this card. How good it ends up being, I'm not sure. But it definitely feels like it goes in any deck that you're running Goo. Great old one.
Yeah.
Because, you can, if you're running that, you can easily handle the triple water. Obviously, you're going to 8, so you can go to 7. It's a very strong effect when you play it, even if it was just as removal. But, it has other connotations that you can do, like with hiding artifacts and stuff underwater, which is pretty sweet. I assume it submerges itself whenever it does it.
Yeah, it does.
That was what I thought it did. So even if all you were doing with it was hiding your own artifacts every turn, there's that's possibly worth the cost, depending on what you're hiding. So, and because it's submerging itself, it can then bring it, come up each turn and just be your, instead of needing 2 frogs, you can just play this sort of thing.
This feels better in a deck that's also running flanking maneuver, which your deck probably is running flanking maneuver if you have Great Old One.
Yep.
The idea that you play this, take down some problematic minion on your side of the board, and then they can't kill it because it's submerged, and then on your turn you get to pop back up to the surface and not, hit them for 6 or take something else down.
Yeah, and you could even have your own other submerged minions just building up for a one-shot Ruler of Thulstar, which is just a flanking maneuver for whatever you have that has submerge as well. Things like that. Certainly interesting.
Probably some other water cards that somehow get it to the surface from the subsurface, one way or another, I imagine. And then you could come straight back down. Don't know what. There must be something, though, that brings something to the surface or not.
Not that's popping to mind, but I think it's an effect that we just always ignore. Because we never really needed to do it. But I'm sure if we were thinking about it, we would...
It's going to be... I'll quickly check. It's going to be a water card.
Yeah.
It's probably... We can check the magic. Marine Voyage would do it? Is that right? Marine Voyage does it?
Yeah, Fire Harpoons would do it as well.
I don't think so.
Deal 1 damage.
You have to be able to target it.
How would you ever... No, but you target the... hang on. Above or below an adjacent water site. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
You have to target it.
How would you ever pull something that's below... with this card, then?
If you cast it from Lady of the Lake. When she's submerged.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Or any other spellcaster that has submerged somehow that gets it. I think that's the only one that has it.
wouldn't you just not need to put above or below an adjacent water above or below on that card then? In that case, because it was already below the site when it casted it, so it could target it.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Is above and below just meaningless on this card? Yeah, so it says, does the target need to be in the same region? No. Go down to the third fact.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I thought that's how it worked, but then you sounded so confident.
Yeah, because you have to be able to target it.
Yeah.
You can only target stuff that's in the same region.
Yeah.
So, okay. So because it says that, I think this is just if they printed the card today, they would have different wording to make it clearer, I think. But anyway, sure, you can do
so
it.
you could basically pull it to the surface with this.
Yeah, see if that's the only one.
And get the cantrip, so that's even nice as well. You could pull it to the surface with a giant shark, right? No, because it has to be when the other unit moves.
Yeah. Well, okay, it's fine. It's where, what was the card again? Sorry, Fire Harpoon. So that's ordinary. You can common sense for it. You know, in Gothic it could be.
I mean, if your deck was rolled around it, you could play 4 anyway because it just cycles pretty easily
it's
as it is.
Chip. It has some flexibility. I mean, you know may want to just kill something that can take 1 damage as well, or you may want to move one of their things.
I mean, you can move it around with Maelstrom as well, but not back to the surface. So if they have water sites, you could potentially get it closer to their stuff. But
there's a lot of stuff that will move
it around,
but just I'm talking Okay, so there's a bit. There might be more in the future, but at the end of the day, just the fact that it immediately kills basically. If you're playing a mono water deck, it literally will then kill anything your side of the board the turn you play it.
So there's a minion that does the same thing as Fire Harpoons. It's the Ormond Harpooners.
Yeah, okay.
They just have to do it.
Sure. I mean, this feels perfectly, just like the Earth one, perfectly playable. This one might be. I'm a little bit less excited about this, but I think out of all the ones we've looked at so far, I'm probably more. I don't know, but these 3 here, the Ignis Rex, these 3 feel like the 3 that are actually playable that we talked about so far. I don't know what the exact. This feels the best. I don't know what the order is between the other 2.
I think it's close between Earth and Water. I actually. So the thing I like
better
about
than the Fire one for sure. Then
I think so. Yeah, but I think the raw power is probably on the Earth one, but the Water one does. I don't know. It makes me think. Like it feels like when I read it, I'm like, "There's things you can do with this. Surely, like there's just gets the juices flowing of like, how do we make this work? How do we bust it?" Whereas the other ones are like, "Yeah, this is just solid. It's just gonna do its thing." Whereas this one has a thing that's like, oh, that's not something that you see. So it could potentially be really cool.
Yeah.
And I think the ability, so basically, worst case scenario, most of the time it's probably just going to act like a Ratanus Titan and kill a minion. But the fact that you can do some really cool things with this, with being able to submerge monuments and things like that, so they're safe from being able to be killed by effectively anything except for a Lady of the Lake, casting disenchants basically, or a Roots. There's got to be something that you can do with that. Whether or not it's now or it's later, but yeah, I don't know. I find it interesting at least.
Yep. Yeah, and I think it's again, it's doing something pretty impactful potentially the turn it comes into play, so it's sort of ticking the box, right? And also it can be in that example it ends up submerged, and then it's also extremely difficult to kill, and then if you can make good use of it from a submerged position at the start of your turn, if you can tick that box somehow, then it's good. If you can't tick that box, then it's a bit...
It's even got pretty decent ability to, even if you just bring it to the site and rip part it around to kill other minions that are on your side of the board and things like that as well, it's still got utility past that of just the killer thing, and then it's just underground for a while sort of thing. it sort of plays a bit like a root spider as well, in that it just takes over a whole site, where like they never want to end that turn with a minion on that site, right? So
yeah.
I like it anyway.
Yep. I mean, they can. I think when you move to the surface, they'll be able to intercept it, right? So it wouldn't be able to bring down anything that's bigger than it. That way.
Yeah, but it's likely if they've got... So basically, it would have drowned everything the turn you play it. So they would have to attack/move into that site. So they probably wouldn't be able to intercept it because they'd be tapped, right?
Yeah, if it's a medium. Even then, you know, in the board state where they're not attacking you with the massive thing because they don't want you to do this to it, that's not a bad outcome anyway.
Yeah, then it's just playing like a spider there.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I like it. The more I think about this card, so when I first saw it, I was like, yeah, it's interesting, I like it. But the more time passes, the more like few niche things that pop up that I think about, and I'm like, this has got legs. I think it's one of the better cards in the set for sure.
Well, moving on.
Sure.
Zeraphine conrru. Zeraphine conrru. I'm gonna go with that.
Sure.
Double. So it costs 7 again. 5 powered. Double. This is a double air, double water. It's got airborne. At the end of your turn, you may choose 3 of your dead minions, banish 2 to return the remaining 1 to your hand.
So, in a vacuum, I really like this card. With context of all the Gothic spoilers, I think this card is garbage.
Yeah.
But it's going to be one of those meta calls, right? Where, like, eventually all the graveyard hate goes away because there's being too much being played, and then, like, you know, the cyclical nature of just those things ebbing and flowing will be when this card is playable, but the effect itself, I think, is very strong.
Yeah, obviously, it's like you're saying, it's a lot less strong if you never have anything in your cemetery.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're saying that this will only ever do anything if you can get 3 of your minions to all die in the same turn, and it has to be on your turn, I mean...
Yeah. So I think, like, right now,
worse.
before Gothic is printed, I think this is probably playable in a lot of Steam decks.
At the peak of its powers.
Yes.
it's
we're
all downhill
really
from
fighting
here.
with this funeral pyre. Because there's a lot of good minions you can bring back in Steam as well. So it's got, like, really good targets. You play a lot of minions in every Steam deck. So by the time you play it, it's always going to get at least 1. And if they don't kill it, it's going to get more value. Because you're playing water sites, it's potentially a lot harder to kill as well, because there's no berries, and like drown effects are played way less often. So you could potentially just play it as, like, you know, a backline site on a water site, and you could potentially get 2 or 3 uses out of it very easily.
I mean,
but yeah, if you're not playing it now, I don't think you're ever playing it.
Yeah, and I think like you said, it's playable, like. And again, it's just because it's ticking one of those requirements, right? Like, it's doing something impactful the turn it comes into play.
Yes.
If this said at the end of your turn, if it said whatever, but it didn't happen the turn you played it for whatever reason, then it's way worse. But like if it was at the start of your turn, for example.
Yeah, it's also got potentially really interesting synergies with Shapeshifter, so that if you ever get to clone it, whenever one of them dies, you just bring it back and then get another copy of it, sort of thing. It's obviously, like, good for really long games that drag out. The shorter the game, the worse this card. But it's very good in those long games if it doesn't just get killed straight away. And even if it does get killed straight away, you only lost, like, your mana, right? You didn't lose a card because you got something back straight away.
Well,
in those sort of long games, the cards are the things that matter more than the mana.
You're basically 2 for 1 in them, worst case scenario.
Yeah, because you're getting something back and they have to spend a card to kill it, yeah.
And that's worst case scenario. And 2 for 1 in your opponent, worst case scenario, is a pretty good worst case scenario.
Yep, for sure.
And all the same stuff, right? Like, it's... I mean, this one, there's a good chance... it does, the other one that had the stealth, like, there's a good chance you get to block with it. This one, there's a good chance that you may not get to block with it. But at least it did something, right? And you 2 for 1 them. So... Yep. And in a Steam deck, if it is in a Steam deck like you're describing, like, you're not going to potentially be horrifically on the back foot, if that makes sense. Like, you might still be in a recoverable position.
Interestingly, I just read its creature types. It's actually a beast as well, so you can pond it out in Steam decks. So it's like you don't even potentially have to go to 7 mana. You can just go to play it on your 6 mana with a pond.
Yep.
And then it brings up all the beast synergies as well. I mean, it's not exactly easy to assorted animals for it, but it's possible.
No, but yeah, like you said, it's in a deck that has it. It's a weird deck. I admit, if it's got assorted animals and this card that's double water, double fire, but in this theoretical weird deck, it's probably not in there to get it, but there'd just be games where you do. Late game. So, I don't know.
If any of the other ones have got double creature types. So the artifact does, because it's got automaton as well. Automaton.
This one's a spirit as well.
Yep, that one's a spirit. I think that's it.
Yep.
But yeah, interesting.
I mean, it's perfectly playable now. I mean, it'd be fine.
Yeah, I think this is variable play. I would be surprised if everybody playing Steam doesn't at least try it. You'd have to be playing a super aggressive version that sort of stops at 4, maybe 5. But any version that's trying to play like Infernal Legion and stuff, this just slots in nicely into those.
I mean, any version that wants to stop at 4 mana anyway, you would be way better off just playing Sorcerer instead of Druid.
Yeah, I'm not saying it has to be Steam, Druid in particular, just Steam in general, right?
Sure.
But yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. So we had basically all the four. Well, okay. What is it? 1, 2, 3.
7 plus the wolf.
7 plus the wolf. Yeah. So 3 of them are bad. 4. 1, 2, 3. 4 are bad. No, there's 8. Yeah, 7 plus the wolf. So 4 bad ones and 4 good. 4 not so playable ones and 4 more playable ones.
So it's sort of like 3 are in the good tier, which are the 3 we just did, and then sort of Rex is in its own little tier, and then just below that, it's like the Corvus, and then I think the other 3 get lumped in together.
Yeah.
I think the Corvus is like slightly more playable than the others, but maybe not. Maybe it's just as bad as the others.
I think I don't want to tackle this still yet. Let's do this now. So
delaying the pain. I think this is the best card in the set.
Yeah, by miles. There was no reason to have to own Dragonlord. This is the only reason why, realistically, like you kind of have to. You kind of have to have a set of it. If it wasn't for this, there would be really it really would not matter if you didn't from a competitive constructed deck playing standpoint. You really didn't need Dragonlord at all, but you do need this.
This is the only card you need now. Potentially the other cheap artifact is also in that bucket, but probably not. And then, archivist for like future proofing, but everything else is like...
Yeah, I mean, obviously...
you can get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what we're saying, some of these cards are playable. In a specific deck, you would potentially want to play the card, but with this in particular, this would just be... This is basically certainly an auto-include in every 4-element deck. It's probably an auto-include in every 3-element deck. It may even be an include in decks that don't even have 3 or 4 elements as well, I think.
I think any deck that has like greedy threshold needs, even to like in 2-element, they have to play this. It's so good in those decks. Like Steam is one of those ones that's like has doubles and triples all over the place. I'd be very surprised if this one doesn't just play it. It's so much better than Cause because it's so much harder to kill. I value this card so much. I think this card's incredible.
I mean, I don't know, you say Cause, I mean, yeah.
Well, that's definitely the card most people are going to compare it to straight away, right? Because it sort of acts like a core, like a super core.
I mean, I think in a mono-element deck, there's a debate. Especially in mono air, I think for sure you're better off playing Princess and Core and Amethyst.
Yeah, I would be more I'd probably say cores are better in single element because you're sort of giving up the cost and the extra thresholds for...
But especially
like,
at increased
the ability to kill
deck
it.
sizes going forwards anyway. It's not like there isn't a deck there you might want to have a core and this as well. Like, that's got to be a possibility. Sure. So they're not... But this is certainly more... Like, you're going to end up with this in more decks than any of the cores individually, for sure, right?
So...
Like,
of all the things we were talking about with the water one, of how do you move it? This moves it.
Yeah.
We didn't even really think about that before.
Yep, which is pretty good because then you also get to submerge it straight away.
Yep, and keep it safe.
So it's still like a big combo in two things, right?
Yep, and if they have any dragons, it kills all their dragons.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't kill the Talamh, but because he can't be moved.
Or their own water one.
Yep.
If they have one as well. But yeah, it's obviously pretty good.
Go down as well.
It's obviously pretty good with that. It's like, potentially in a mono water deck, you would just play this, right? Just to have that ability, potentially.
I think of the mono decks, this is the one you would actually play it in a mono because you're always like desperate for more and more water thresholds for Island Leviathans and things like that, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but also just, the water threshold is good, the extra mana is good, and this ability to teleport all dragons and kill all their stuff. But even if they don't have any dragons, you can still move your one wherever to instantly kill something.
And also, interestingly, in a water deck, you can also turn your wizard's dens and your thresholdless sites into a water site. Yeah. Because it gets the water threshold. So I assume that's how it works, right?
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot going on here for the water one.
Yeah, so it actually increases your body of water, importantly, because that's like a lot of the time when you're trying to build a mono water deck, that's an issue you come up against. It's like, do I potentially hurt my body of water to play very impactful thresholdless sites? And a lot of the time, you have to actually cut quite a few good ones just to keep your body of water around, and this helps alleviate that problem quite a bit.
I assume swap can swap monuments, so that's obviously going to be one.
Yep, but you don't really want to put this onto their side, because then it will make their sides juiced up.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. I'm talking about them swapping. I'm talking about them using swap to take it.
Oh, them taking it, yeah.
So, the fact that if swap is a card that ends up everywhere, then you've sort of given them a naturally juicy target to...
Yeah, so you wouldn't want to play it as like your only artifact, but in a deck where you've got like a lot of good swap targets, then you sort of just overload the amount of swaps. But yes, I mean, and you also just swap it back, right? A lot of the time is probably what's going to end up happening.
But that'd be another reason to be more happy to get it submerged as well.
Yep.
I mean, this is just really, really... I mean, obviously, just to talk about it more, it provides the additional mana. So, there's a few reasons why it's not as good as a core. So, one costs 2 instead of 1. The core provides the mana immediately, and this doesn't. So, that's two pretty big... That's two pretty big differences.
Yep.
So, because this will... You get the mana from the... I'm just saying this for everyone else's benefit, not yours, Jarrod. But the mana is generated at the start of your turn, so when you play this, you don't get the mana until the following turn. So that could definitely be relevant. Like that's definitely a thing that could matter. That you might want to play. That you potentially have a turn where you play this, and if it had to produce the mana, then you could have done. Especially when you get all these extra thresholds immediately unlocked, maybe you could have cast something as well, and that one mana could matter.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's really good. Like,
well, I just had another slight thought about this one with the thresholds that it gives. It's actually pretty good in Avatar of Earth as well for making your non-Earth sites into Earth ones.
Yeah.
Man, this card just gets better and better and better.
Yeah, but basically any. And that would be true. I don't know if there's other interactions, but there certainly could be going forwards anyway, right? Anything where you... Oh, air sight, Avatar of Air as well.
Yep.
So there could be more going forwards, just where having the threshold matters, not just for the thresholds of spells, but just for other interactions. So it's really like honestly, it's just... This is... You kind of need this card, honestly, I think.
It's giga fixing.
which is, in a way, it's a bit of a shame with how difficult the set is to get, because on the one hand, if it wasn't for this card, you could say, it doesn't, obviously it's not, it's disappointing or whatever, it's not good to not have it, so to speak, but at least it wouldn't really matter that much from a constructed standpoint, but this matters, pretty much.
Yeah, certainly anybody who opens a foil one is certainly got to be happy. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Mr. Ivan, who did this?
I don't know. Who did it? Was it me?
It was you and also someone else in the store.
Oh, who else got it? I don't know.
I can't remember, but I remember someone opening one.
Oh, okay. Cool. Right. I don't know if is there anything much more to say here?
I think we could glaze this card forever, but
yeah, okay.
We did barely even talk about the teleporting thing.
Well, we did talk about specifically with this one, but obviously the ability to move any of your dragons could be pretty huge. Because
there's also enemy dragons as well.
Yeah, which you won't know if they would have them or not. But
yeah,
it's extra utility value, and obviously we're saying with this water one in particular, that is huge. The fact that it all gets teleported there, then you kill all of it. That's just.
Yeah, because it doesn't even have to be the turn you play it, right? You could potentially play the Draconius on 7, kill something with it by submerging, and then you just you just drop the shrine wherever they played the other minion, and then all of a sudden he's up over there killing other stuff and then protecting the shrines. So it's so much.
It makes it a really good late game trick almost, right?
Yeah, where it's where it starts to fall off late game normally. Because, you probably don't need the mana and maybe your thresholds are fixed. But, there's a lot of late games where you still need to fix your thresholds. But, in that scenario where you've done all that, it's not a dead card in that scenario. So
I think, does it? I don't think it even moves this to the location, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
So that doesn't work well with that one, obviously. Like, if you want to be able to move it yourself. But
it's good with the Celestius, whatever it's called, because you can play it in the void, keep it safe, and then play the shrine, port it to somewhere where you actually want to put the other minion into play.
Yeah.
It also works with the air one because it stops moving when it gets there, so it does 3 damage to something in that square.
Yeah, so it works really well with the air one. Some works with Ignis Rex as well, like to just get it somewhere else to use this ability.
Yeah.
Works obviously really well with the water one, so it has some synergies there. Those 3 in particular, right? They're the 3 that really... any of them you may just want to reposition just for general repositioning purposes. But those 3... the Rex is... Yeah, sure. That could be... This one definitely, though. Addtonitum.
Yeah. Repositioning things with Airborne is, it means they're probably going to get an attack in for free. Almost certainly.
And they may have dragons, and then all of a sudden... Well, there's a good chance that they might have dragons, at least in the near-term future, because a lot of people will... when these new cards come out, people are always playing them because they just want to have fun with the new cards, so...
Yeah.
Cool. But yeah, it's easily the best card in the set, and it isn't even close, right? It's just a million miles better.
Nah, not even close.
Right.
If you had all these cards and you could trade every single card for another shrine, that'd probably a good trade.
Right, Cradle of Etherrum.
So I have some questions about this card.
I'll just read what it does first, because
go for it.
Just for your own reference, Jarrod. I think about some massively high percentage, about 70% of people that watch our content, they are watching it on their phone. I'm not sure if they're watching it. I think they're just playing the audio. I don't know. I think a chunk of people obviously are not watching the videos; they're just listening. So
listening at work or whatever.
So I'll just read out what it is. It costs 2, and it's artifact. It's a relic. It's not a monument, so you can carry this one. Anytime during your turn, you may look at your next spell, and you may cast dragons from the top of your spellbook here for 1 less. Right. What's your questions?
So I had to go through every artifact to find even cards that were even similarly worded, because I'm not sure on if you're not holding this, do you control it? And can you use its abilities, basically? The only 2 cards that I could find that never reference the bearer or do something that basically wouldn't give me an answer to this was Eric's Curiosa, because it says rip it to pieces, draw a card from your collection. And Pendragon Banner, which is nearby allies have +1 power while there are no enemies. So it basically just made me ask the question of, do you control an artifact if you don't, like a relic, if you don't hold it?
Did you look up Pendragon
Banner?
Pendragon Banner?
Because this one wouldn't work because it's nearby allies, right? So if nobody holds it, there's no allies to it. But if you hold it, then that's how you would get it to turn on. And Eric's Curiosa, obviously, when you play it, I know the opponent can't rip it up straight away. Because I think that's just how it works, maybe. But maybe I'm wrong on that. But yeah, so basically my question was, can you just play this onto one of your sites and use it until your opponent picks it up? And if your opponent is holding it, because you still own the card, can you still use it? Because you have to cast the dragons to one of your sites anyway, so it would have to be on one of your sites.
That's a relic.
Whereas, like, all the cores and stuff say bearer, so I couldn't get the answer from them. I basically went through every artifact, and they all basically didn't help, except for those two that had questionable results.
Yeah, okay.
Because obviously it changes how the card works, right? Like, because if you don't have to hold it, you can potentially play it safely. But if you do have to hold it, then it probably gets a lot worse.
Did you do any research into the Pendragon Banner?
Not yet. Just when I started going through it, you hopped on, so we started doing this. So I'm not sure. And if we're just going by, like, the golden rule, basically...
so for Pendragon Banner...
You have to hold it?
Does Pendragon Banner still give the benefit if it is not held? No. Without being held, it has no allies, and nobody controls it until it's held.
Okay, so nobody controls it. So basically, if you're not holding it, you can't use the Cradle, then. Yeah. Someone has to be holding it.
And then,
because if nobody controls it, then you can't.
Then the next question becomes, I think it would just be you, because it doesn't say bearer. So I think if any of your things have it, you can do it, because then you control it. Yeah, but who, like... Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to assume something reasonable. Well, let's talk. Okay, so either it has to be... I mean, it does say you, not bearer. I'm assuming that...
I think as long as you control the artifact, you can do all its things. And to control the artifact, it has to be on you or one of your minions.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I would...
I assume that's how it works from the other things.
I think this should be in one of the FAQs, though. It doesn't feel...
I went through the whole rulebook. I went through,
that
like...
cringe. Like...
Yeah, I got as much research done as I could before you hopped on, and it was basically I went through the whole rulebook, looked at every other artifact to find those things, and I was like, maybe Nick knows. It's just something that I just don't know, that I can't find, of like, does somebody control an artifact?
It doesn't...
Because, I was... Basically, the two lines of thought I went down was the one that we just found out, or if basically the last person to hold it still controlled it, or if when you play it like from your hand, you're considered to be like the last person who controls it. That was what I was trying to work out.
So let's just assume that you have to be holding it. and if any of your minions are holding it,
Yeah,
then
something of yours has to hold it, basically. You have to control it, which means holding it.
I will post some text on the screen if that's not the case. I'll get to the bottom of the answer afterwards, but it's not. But that may not be easy because it's just been released. So I would hazard a guess that there is no answer yet. So,
but I do think basically you have to control it to be able to use it makes sense. I think what we've landed on is probably correct. So
I think so. Yep. Like I said,
think we'll review it under that.
Yep. And if we're wrong, I'll put some text on the screen. But I'm pretty sure we're right. So we can do.
Yeah.
I think we do it like you're saying. Well, there's two parts, right? So let's just focus on the first part, independent of any need for dragons, for a second.
Okay.
So just literally, how good is being able to look at your next spell, even if you have no dragons in your deck? How good is that?
Pretty decent. It's definitely a good ability.
It's like
the question is,
it's like Merlin. It's anytime. Anytime is
before you draw as well.
Before you draw, so you can look before you choose whether you draw a sight or a spell.
Yep. Interestingly, you can only look at your next spell. You can't look at your next sight as well, though. So
same as Merlin.
Yep. So it does help with that decision, but not like 100%. There's still some variance in what sight you might draw. So
I would say if you are playing this, same as when we talk about Merlin, like you should always check what your spell is before you should always know what your next spell is at every point in your turn. So look before you draw, before you decide, after you draw, then look before you start planning your turn out. Every time you draw a spell, look again, see what the next, like, always know that information. And I would say that applies to this, right? So
I think like 99% of the time, if we ever use this card, that is exactly how we're going to be using it, not for the second line of text, but for the first line.
Yeah.
Just because we value, like, more information is better, basically. It's like how we love Lookout,
Yeah. Yeah, and the information is, can double up as something pretty powerful once you, especially if you have recurring type shuffle effects. Because you get to basically shuffle, but then after you shuffle, you then get to look at what the top card is now, right? And you can just basically, potentially, when you're doing common sense into common sense into common sense or whatever that is, right? You could just be doing that to keep shuffling to hope to get a good card, and as soon as you get one, then you just cast blink or do something else in the turn, right?
Yes.
Like I can see this being pretty good, potentially. I don't know, but in all of the examples I just gave, it feels like there's some Archimego deck where maybe it's okay. And for us, for us in particular, we do a lot of it on information, right? So I don't know if it would be good enough to make the cut, but it's certainly something we'd give it a crack. We'd give it a try, right?
Yeah, that was basically the line I was going down, right? I'm like, it's certainly a powerful effect. Is it powerful enough to give up a card, 2 mana, especially in like the swap meta, right? Like that's probably going to be coming up because swap's pretty goddamn good. But before swap, let's reveal it like that. It's still, you got to load up, so you're potentially getting set up for 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s with like rings and fillers and things like that. So it definitely has a drawback more than just it costing a card and not gaining a card. So you're always going to be going down in value for the information. Whether or not that information is worth it, that's up for debate. It probably is. In a vacuum, it probably is.
It's going to be deck dependent.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, you got to be able to like manipulate it, be able to use the information effectively.
Yeah, whether that's constantly shuffling your
that,
deck or just decks where you have a lot of tough, like where the choice to draw a side or a spell is it's a lot of our decks are, right? Like it's a constantly meaningful choice at the start of every turn. What you're drawing, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
But that isn't true for all decks. There's a lot of decks that really just...
once they get their size they just draw their spells and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and if you're just going to draw a spell every turn no matter what, knowing that information is not that valuable.
It's still pretty valuable, though, because then you can like plan out your future turns as well, which helps quite a bit. But
I'm not sure if it's worth a slot.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's that fine line of, is it worth giving up the slot? And it's definitely going to be deck dependent. And in some decks, it absolutely will be. even with the added risk of like, you know, it going away and costing you a card effectively and costing you time in the early game. Yeah, so I think overall it's pretty solid. It's definitely one of the better cards in the set. It's definitely one of the more interesting cards, even without that second line.
And there definitely will just be some reason in the, like some wombo combo stuff in the future that will be that this will be part of.
Absolutely.
At some point, I don't know how many sets in the future, but at some point, like this is just a card that will never become irrelevant. It will only ever become more relevant.
Yeah, and like basically, the more dragons that get printed, the more likely this is to get better as well.
Yeah.
Because the more often you can use that second line of text, the more powerful the card becomes, right? Because then it's not even just information; it's actually like information most of the time, and then you actually get your cards back from like investing in actually playing it by just getting cards off the top of your deck.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, but at the moment, I don't think there's anywhere near enough dragons for that line of text to be super relevant.
No, or maybe not, but I guess if you had, yeah, not super relevant, but maybe fringe relevant.
Yeah,
like,
well, it's more like
if you have once you have a deck that includes 3 Colicky Dragonettes, for example, if there was a deck that had that and wanted to have this, it's a bit fringe, but it's going to happen from time to time.
Yeah.
It's not like 1 in 100 games, right? It's gonna be frequent enough that it's like a meaningful upside. You wouldn't want to include the Colicky Dragonettes just because you had this, but if you would want them in the deck, if you wanted all this naturally, and this was just an added extra bit of synergy and added extra bit of a bonus, it would be meaningful, extra bit.
Yeah. Yep.
If it's sort of isolated only to having a couple of unique dragons that have a bunch of thresholds that you may not be able to cut, like the one discount mana may not even make a difference sometimes because you don't have the thresholds yet as well.
Yeah.
And they have to be in that exact spot as well.
Yep, which is definitely a drawback because you have to be holding it as well. So it's most likely it's going to be on your avatar. So you'd be casting your dragons to your avatar. But when they're not costing you a card, like, you know, the drawback is probably worth paying. So
yeah, yep, and one less. I mean, I guess in that specific case, maybe the one, yeah, maybe it's like because maybe you're more empowered to be able to step up on your turn to be able to cast it as well in that situation.
Yeah. Yeah. So a big reason why I went down the rabbit hole is its synergy with the site. Because if you could just cast this on the site, then the dragon synergy is actually like incredible, right?
Yeah.
But if you potentially have to be holding it and move to the site to get that synergy, then it gets a little bit more awkward for sure.
Okay. Do you want to move on to the site then?
I think
or
it's probably
more to talk about.
I don't think there's much more to talk about it, right? Because it's basically it's coming down to the synergy parts, and you basically have to talk about it with the other cards. I think.
Right, so, Dragonlord's lair. It's a site, has no thresholds. It's a unique site with no thresholds. Dragons cast to this site require no threshold and cost 1 less to cast. Yeah. So obviously, if they all cost 2 less and all require no threshold, it's a pretty big deal.
You can start powering through them pretty quick.
I mean, you could obviously, if it's your starting side or the start in front of your starting side. I mean,
interestingly, it actually, yes,
you could end up there. You basically, in a way, just have to leave. Like, if you just leave, which we do quite often in lots of decks we play, you just make sure you leave one of the spots next to you open, but obviously that only allows you to cast it at 2 discount, but not on the front line, which isn't great.
Yes. Interestingly, Celestis actually works with Cradle as well. You can put the top card of your deck into play with it. Because it lets the next dragon you cast cost 0. And that one's you may cast dragons from the top of your deck, so...
Yeah, okay. Yep, so that's pretty good.
Yep, so that's interesting.
I mean, it's probably in the void. But yeah, maybe it's a bit much, right? You're in the void and then jam the dragon's lair under it and then teleport yourself.
Well, no,
there.
You don't need to pair it up with the site. You don't need to pair it with the site because it's free. It just has to be holding the cradle. Like, so as long as you have the cradle, is more what I was meant. It was synergizing with.
And obviously, this site doesn't do anything unless you're playing dragons.
Yes.
And
I mean, technically, it's pretty good fixing in a Dragonlord deck if you just played every dragon that came in, because your threshold would be bonkers. And if you didn't draw this, you'd probably lose every game, but any game you drew it, maybe you'd have some pretty powerful things. But even as we were saying, right, like most of the dragons in this set aren't even that good, even if you can play them. But maybe if they're 5-drops that don't have any threshold requirements, they're probably pretty good.
Yeah, it's very inconsistent deck, not us. I mean, I think one thing that this is just generally a bit clunky is that, I mean, in a normal deck, you're going to play stuff, you're going to have a bunch of stuff and a dragon, or maybe a couple dragons, right? Like, you're not going to be playing, like, all of the dragons. And broadly, you would want to have a mana base that can cast the dragons without needing to draw the Dragonlord's lair. And once you've done that, you probably have a whole bunch of other spells in the deck that also need thresholds. And this is going to help you cast the dragons at the expense of being able to make casting everything else more awkward, because you're playing one less site with thresholds, right? One less tri-site or dual site or this side or that. So whatever it is, right? You're basically putting this in instead of another site that has a threshold or thresholds. So you make your dragons easier to cast and you make everything else in the deck harder to cast. And you probably have 2 dragons and, like, everything else is not a dragon. So you make 2 things easier, everything else harder, and I feel like that's probably not a good trade-off in nearly every deck.
No, I think this is one of those cards I was talking about earlier, where it's just like, this will get better in a few years. Like, as the more and more sets come out, this will progressively get better and better until the point where you're like, yeah, it's actually worth giving up being able to play other things in my deck as easy for the added bonus of, like, maybe half my deck is dragons now, so it's actually worth it.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment, like, the best you're probably going to do is, like, maybe 5 or 6 cards.
Yeah, I mean, even like I was saying, I guess if it was flame...
Well, it's more like if you're fire, right, you could potentially just go, like, Colic Dragonettes, maybe jam in some Ancient Dragons, like, and then Ignis Rex, and then potentially you went Earth and got, like, Talamh and Wyvern or something. So that's about, like, the most value you're probably going to get at the moment.
Yeah. That's Yep. Fine. I think it's just...
Yeah.
Not... I don't know.
Time will tell on this one. And the time is not now.
Are we down to Chyros? Chyros the archivist.
Oh
god, yeah.
This card is going to
14 FAQs already, with many more to come in the future, I'm sure. Alright, I guess there's a chance that somebody's listening and doesn't understand how it works, so I guess we better just explain how it works to start with. So it costs 7, it's an artifact, so it's a dragon or automaton or automaton. And it has 3 power. So stat line costs 7, 3 power. It doesn't have airborne either. It is a dragon. Now, it has a genesis and a death right. So the genesis is you archive the state of the realm. We're going to have a big explanation as to what that actually means in a second. And then the death right is return all archived cards to their recorded state and then banish Chyros. So to archive the state of the realm. So the realm is just the board, basically. It's the 4x5 grid, the 20 squares and everything that's on them and the state that everything is in. So that's inclusive of, like, if they're tapped or untapped, or should I just read through the FAQ? No, I'll quickly explain. So it's if they're tapped or untapped, like if they have a stealth token, or all sort of effects or are all included. So, for example, in states of things. So that would include, for example, if there's like flood tokens on stuff. So any tokens it would include, but it also includes stuff like if you had a Valley of Delight, like whatever element was picked, that would be recorded. Or if you have a Wizard's Den, it would return to the state that it was if it had been hit yet or not. So basically everything that's... the state of everything in play is... and in play specifically, just the 4x5 grid, everything on it. So it doesn't include your hand, your life total, your decks, your cemetery, all of the stuff that is not on the board doesn't include any of that. Just the stuff on the board. And then its death right is you basically return all archive cards to their recorded state, and then you banish Chyros. So that puts everything back to where it was before. A lot of the FAQs, I believe, are going to be talking about all of the exceptions to that, because sometimes it's just not going to be possible. But I think an important thing here as well is you return everything back to how it was, but also everything how it is, or everything that has entered since, stays as well. Is that your understanding, Jarrod?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll quickly scroll through the FAQs in case there's something important to bring up, and then we'll talk about it. Does that sound right?
Sure.
Alright, so it talks about what I just said, but this includes other stuff that I didn't talk about, like if you cast Power of Flight, it would remember that it had Airborne until the whatever, same as Geyser or whatever. So any state-based stuff where like something has been given some extra effect, it will remember all of that as well. It doesn't include life total. Doesn't include cards from outside of the realm. Includes whether the Wizard's Den or not was recorded. The Genesis abilities don't trigger because they're just returning to their recorded state. That's in how I thought it would, but it's certainly, I didn't mention it. It's very important to mention. It would be quite the different card if all the Genesis abilities triggered again. How do I return all cards to their recorded state? So basically, you need to take a picture on your phone, and then in addition to that, you also need to have pen and paper, potentially a lot of paper, and then you also have to write down all of the stuff that is important that you can't capture in the picture. So that's going to be, for example, like this minion had Airborne until the start of the next turn or whatever because of Power of Flight, or whatever the case may be. So obviously you can see what was where and if it's tapped and any tokens in the picture, but basically everything else you would want to write down. There's a lot of like your brain almost starts to melt when you start thinking about it, like, you know, a Morgana and the cards that she had in hand and this and that. It's I don't even know what happens with Morgana and her cards in hand. Do you know? Do you know? I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole.
I mean, you'd probably have to do it on trust, right? Maybe, or you'd have to have some way of tracking what. Oh, you'd be able to track what cards came from.
I don't know if her card. I think they're just lost because they're not. My assumption is her cards are not in the play.
Oh, they're not part of the.
They're not
realm.
part of the
state.
Yeah, so I
So
assume they will just be lost, whatever that's supposed to mean.
Yeah. So as we're looking through this fact, there's something I saw in here that I didn't realize. It says banished. No, let's go back. Stay where you were. Banished cards can never be returned.
Yep, that's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, so that basically means like you can record something and then anything that banishes it, like through any way you do it, just doesn't come back, even when this guy dies. So yeah, didn't realize that.
Yeah, so if you have banish effects, whatever they may be, but if you can banish effectively, you can play. Well, Death Speaker is probably
the most relevant one, right? Or even just if something dies and then you pillar it or pirate, all those sorts of things.
Yeah, so potentially you can. Yeah, Death Speaker maybe is good, like you're saying, because it feels a bit clunky and a bit awkward. But let's just go with the example because there may be, like you can cast Chyros. Well, let's finish the FAQ and then go back through what it can do. Yes, banished stuff never returns. This is a key thing, and it's probably one of the most important things in regards to how you make this card good. Once Chyros enters this realm, cards will be tracked across zones solely for the purpose of his death right. Okay, so tracking a cards across zones is not possible due to hitting information. Example, it's shuffled into your deck. Then the player may return the card from any zone, but never banish. So basically what this means, if it's banished, it doesn't come back, but if something goes from being in play to being shuffled into a deck, then you will fish it back out of the deck and put it into play.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
God, I have no idea in regards to, for example, like like how you track all of this precise. Like it feels like this is not. It feels like, for example, you have something that like returns a card to your hand, yeah, and then a card in your hand gets shuffled into your deck, and whatever that card is that returned to your hand that was in play, let's just say it's an ordinary or an exceptional set. You got more than one, right? So you return to your hand, and then the card like gets returned from your hand back into your deck, and then when you fish this back out, how is anybody supposed to know genuinely whether it's supposed to come from your hand or from your deck?
Yeah, and even if you did track it as the player who's not doing the Chyros, right? Or it'd be so easy to cheat, right? And just pick whatever's the most beneficial outcome to you. Be like, oh no, it was the one that came off the board. This card,
I don't know how you...
It's a really interesting card, but man, this is a nightmare of a card for them to print, and I don't think they should have printed it. It's gonna be like tournament play.
Yeah, I think it's fine for at-home Mickey Mouse play, like the kitchen, like it's perfect for, it's perfect for not being in tournaments, basically, right? It's perfect for fun. It's not good it's a judge's nightmare, basically, like having to...
I mean, I don't even know if it's even that fun, right? I can see people absolutely dummy spitting over this card in even casual play with his friends. Like, not because, like, potential shenanigans, but just because of, like, the effect that it would have and just be a bloody nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, it's almost pretty funny, right? Because it's like, I don't know, you just cast it and it's a draw because you run out of time whilst you're writing everything down.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Or even at Gen Con, right? If you play this card, you have to call a judge. So they would... I think what must have been happening was they would record it and then give you extra time based on how long it took them to record it. Okay. Would be my assumption, right?
That's horrible as well for any tournament that needs to run to a fixed sort of schedule as well. Like, you don't want to be adding time onto every round for that. Like... Ugh. Horrible.
I'd be surprised if Jesse doesn't just ban this in all the tournaments in Australia, like with Roots and Twister and all those things.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on. We're only started on the FAQs. Oh, there's a lot more yet. So, where were we?
You skipped one.
I skipped one.
Yeah. That one. The entering the realm one. Record, when a card return, does it enter the realm? Nope. Oh, no, you did that one.
When a card returned to a state, I did that one. So do I return archive state? Yeah, so there's a question mark about it saying if they go somewhere else, get them and put them back. But the question is, there's all sorts of situations that occur where, like, it's not going to be obviously known where that even is. Whether it's your hand or your deck, like, you may know, but it's like, it's not transparent. Like, the judge isn't going to know, your opponent isn't going to know. You can just say whatever. It feels very clunky is the understatement of the century just about here. This card reminds me a lot of Scheherazade, is it? Do you even know that one from Magic?
The name vaguely rings a bell.
It's from Arabian Nights. It's from the first expansion.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the really old ones.
Where you basically you suspend all the game that's in play, and then you basically
you start another game.
You start another game. Yeah, I feel like this is inspired a bit by that card somehow. It's not obviously the same effect, but it's similarly feeling. And then whoever you create a sub game, and then whoever loses a sub game loses half of their life in the original game. But the running joke obviously was just to play 4 of them, and then obviously, like, you basically just never finish anything ever. You just run out of time, always.
Yep.
It's a draw. So when a card is returned to its recorded state, does it move or does it enter? No, it doesn't move or enter. So it's not going to trigger that lightning dragon ability. Because it didn't enter.
Yep.
When we return all archive cards to their state, do all changes happen simultaneously? Yes. When they return to their archive state, do all non-archived cards, example cards that entered the realm after Chyros, remain unchanged? Yes. They remain where they are. Which we'll get to in a second, because there's a lot of... Effectively, by saying everything has to go back to how it was before and everything that happens since stays where it is, it creates a lot of, like, states that are not really conducive to, like, just creates impossible type states. So when we return them, what if not archive? Okay, so literally, what happens if it causes something to be impossible? You do as much as you can. For example, the realm is archived, then Cloud City moves. Then a non-archived site fills the square where Cloud City was archived. Then Chyros dies. Cloud City cannot return to its recorded state, so it remains where it is. I can see all sorts of examples of, like, you know, effectively it's unclear what the resolution's supposed to be, and a ruling just has to happen, and it's going to go against somebody, and that person's going to be really unhappy.
Yep.
Basically. What about Earthquake or Rubble? For Rubble, archive sites can replace the rubble. For Earthquake, imagine the following sequence. The realm is archived, a site gets played, Earthquake gets played, you rearrange the sites, then Chyros dies. In a case like this, rearrange the Earthquake sites back to where they were before Chyros died, including moving the site that got played after the archive if needed. But this just gets super complicated as soon as you stack up other cards on top of the Earthquake, right? Like multiple Earthquakes and this and that and whatever. It's like very... can you give a complicated example? Whatever, there's a complicated example. Should I read through it?
No.
Okay. What if there are multiple Chyroses in play? Basically, the archived state... The second one will archive the state of the realm, and only the most recent archive applies, so the first archive is forgotten. So then if either dies, they will return everything back to the state of the archive of the most recent archivist that was played. What if it dies on the Geistwood, since the Deathrite effect and the Genesis effect will be triggered simultaneously. So the Geistwood basically makes Genesis abilities Deathrite abilities. So if it's on the Geistwood and dies, they will both trigger. You get to choose the order. So effectively, you can have the Deathrite trigger first, in which case it's going to archive everything back to how it was from the archive when it entered play. Or you can have the Genesis happen first, in which case it's going to archive everything how it currently is, and then return everything to how it currently is. So it would be unchanged, presumably, and then banished. So without going through all of the FAQ in fine detail, that's it. But I mean, the main thing here is that all sorts of really complicated things can happen with this, and I think things are going to happen that fall outside of the rules. But whatever, let's not focus on that for a second. Let's just focus on what you can actually do with it. From a how is this ability good?
There's definitely a few ways already, and gonna be some ridiculous ones going forward, I think. But so sort of like I suppose the most basic way to use it, we'll start there, I guess, which is sort of like any mid-rangey sort of deck. When you're in an advantageous board state, you can sort of drop it and keep it as like protection from a sweeper. That's probably like the simplest way to do it. And then perhaps if you like get swept, and then you might have to kill your own archivist to get it back, or that's one thing. But I think one of the better ways to use it, which we were talking a little bit about the other day, is when you have a way to kill your own archivist, just try and set up for one-shots, where, you potentially have other minions hit for 10, and then reset them all to untapped and hit again for a one-shot to Death's Door. Probably the best way at the moment to use it, until some ridiculous sort of combo gets worked out.
Yeah. It's pretty... Yeah. And in both cases, I mean, if you're on the back foot, it's effectively a dead card.
Yeah.
Which isn't going to feel... Well... Yeah. I think that's just worth mentioning. It's... And really it's... Because there will be decks that... These mid-rangey type decks that would want to play it, if they're up against an aggro deck, they could very well be on the back foot. Basically.
Absolutely.
So it's good for a mid-range deck into control, probably. In some a mid-range deck, it's potentially okay for a very specific subset of mid-range decks into control, but yeah, I mean, I feel like if you could set up for the... Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some elaborate type combo stuff that you can do with it already. I think that the difficulty ultimately is that how good is that deck when you don't draw the archivist or the combo doesn't happen, basically, and how much setup does that combo need versus just other ways that you can... Versus other ways that you just do the 20 damage, like, dropping a Nimbus Djinn on their head and discarding some cards, for example.
Yep.
Or, casting whatever and grapple shotting at some big minion to hit him for 20, or something, you know what I mean, like a some play involving a gigantism or something that involves these cards like grapple shot and gigantism and whatever, Nimbus Djinn and this and that are all not completely dead cards. If you draw them by themselves, you could still play them to help you live a bit longer.
I wonder if there's some kind of combo with this Lady Assault and Kstus to just always keep replaying this and resetting your board somehow. I don't know, but that seems like there's to be something with that down the line, surely.
I guess, but you just named 3 unique cards, so...
Didn't say I was good.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think the issue with all those types of combos are just, like, they really need to not involve unique. Like, even a combo that, say, involves elite 2 different elite cards is pretty clunky. And... Especially if it's a combo where one of the cards or both the cards don't do anything by themselves, right? Like, you have to draw both to do it, to do something. Like monks and whatever. What's the other one? Crave Golem, right?
Crave Golem.
Even that's an exceptional and elite, and that's not that easy to... Like, it's not horrible, but it certainly would be horrible if they were both unique. Let's put it that way. Right? It only ever got any play because they were exceptional and elite. If both of those cards were unique, it would never have seen any play.
Yeah.
And now you're basically talking about a combo that's probably worse, where they're unique instead of... but something bonkers will be possible with it. And
I mean, it might see play in a Monk's deck, right? Like the Chyros, just in general. Just potentially it lets you have some fail states, but I don't know if that's even needed, but who knows?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I hate that this card exists.
I mean, like you said, for us, it's weird because we largely mostly play limited, and we just really build constructed decks for tournaments in Australia, and we have a specific sort of cards that end up banned here, and the meta's a bit different, and like you're saying, there's a good chance this just ends up banned and it just doesn't really matter for us. But also it seems, it appears at least, that the Crossroads for us, it doesn't seem to be any ban lists, so, and the Crossroads that happened allowed this to be played, so I would say there's also a chance that this can be played.
Yep, for sure.
I don't know if we will be exploring this one or not. I don't want to say it's bad, because clearly bonkers stuff is going to be possible with this, and if nothing is possible now, it certainly will be at some point.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
And it may already be the case
really
that
got
something
insane
bonkers
upside potential.
It is possible something totally bonkers is possible now. We just haven't seen it in 5 minutes of thinking about it. And I suppose if there were some crazy bonkers things that you could, that were game breaking and game warping that you could think of in 5 minutes, then the card probably would have been designed differently to make it not quite so easy to do.
You'd hope so.
So I don't. This is the hardest one to rate. Honestly, I don't know. I don't want to say it's bad. And like I was saying, even in a mid-rangey type deck that can get on the front foot and often just then gets board wiped and loses, that type of deck, it's okay just not doing anything wombo combo or whatever, right? Just basically just being a failsafe if they board wipe you. Like, it's not terrible.
Is it fair to say this should have been the Grey Wolves card?
Yeah, I mean that would be a nice thing for Grey Wolves, right? If it just cost 5 and had 1 power, it would be pretty good for Grey Wolves. Basically.
I just had some thoughts of this intro. When you said 5 cost and 1 power, my first thought, even though it's not 1 power, I just went to trying to have this interact with Courtesan Tias.
Yeah.
Like, you play Courtesan Tias, then someone has this in hand. Who knows what's actually going to end up happening? Like, there's going to be so many wacky scenarios.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what else. I mean, we could obviously talk about it for 10 minutes. We could talk about it for 10 hours. This one. We could finish now. I don't know what to say. I don't
know what to say other than like this card should not have been printed.
No. Well, yeah. But
this is going to be such a nightmare going forward with like every set that comes out, like every tournament that ever exists. This is going to be a problem if it's played. And if it's not played, then it's just, why was it printed sort of thing. Like, it seems to be a lot of the cards in this set are like, ugh, this didn't seem like it needed to exist, but this is definitely the most offensive one.
Yeah. We'll just move on, I think. Maybe at some point we will have a go at trying to build decks with it, and either at the end of that you'll see a really good deck, or you won't. And in the case of the former, after we played in a tournament, we'll do a video about it. And in the case of the latter, we'll probably just have a talk. Maybe we'll do a video on the card in particular and just all the stuff that we sort of gave a go and why it wasn't good enough. Something like that. I mean, because you could talk about this for I don't know if we'll do anything with it, honestly, but we'll see. Move on?
Yeah. I think we're down to Dragonlord.
Right, so Dragonlord, we talk about Dragonlord quickly, and then we're going to have to go back over, I guess, all the dragons in the game. Pretty funny. Can even talk about the Colicky Dragon X, pay the 3 to do 1 damage ping each turn. Is it worth it?
Pretty bad.
Right, we'll go through. So we're just going to go through, we'll talk about the avatar, and, well, let's just say what it does first so you understand why we're talking about it. So it's standard stat line, it's 20 life, which every avatar in the game is so far. It's 1 power. You tap and play or draw a sign. So basically the standard setup for all avatars, nearly. And then the text is, before setup, set aside a unique dragon.
Oh, it has to be a unique
Can't
dragon.
be a colicky dragon. It's no good anymore.
Well, it also means that you can't be Ancient Dragon anymore.
Yep.
Because that was one of the ones we were talking about before the set even came out. Of like, oh, maybe it's okay with Ancient Dragon. Nope.
No, well, it changed. You didn't have to pay the I don't remember. It changed. Can't even remember what it originally did. Guess it doesn't matter what it originally did. It was before you it wasn't a until end of turn thing.
Okay.
You could pay the mana cost. I don't even remember what it was. Honestly, I don't remember what it was. Doesn't matter. It only matters what it is. So
that unique line means that it's literally only things from Dragonlord you can be now.
Yeah. That makes the video a bit quicker to do, at least. Once on your turn, if you meet its threshold, you may pay 3 mana to gain its abilities this turn. Now, this is, to be clear, this is a activated ability, so you can only do that in the main phase of your own turn. So when it says this turn, it's always going to be your turn when you do it.
Yeah,
you can't do it
for
on
the rest of your
turn,
basically.
Yeah. I'll just go through the FAQs. So before setup, in the case of a tournament, it's before the tournament. So it's part of your deck list. You can't change the dragon from match to match within a tournament. It has to always be the same one. You can also, whatever unique dragon you set aside for this, you can also include in your deck list. As in, one can be in your spellbook, as well as having the one separate that your dragon transforms into. You can use a substitute if you want. So you can proxy the one that you set aside, basically. So if you want to have both, you don't need 2 copies of it. You can just have the one copy in your deck and then proxy it somehow separately for your Dragonlord ability. It doesn't gain the power of the dragon. So when you gain the abilities, your power stays at 1. It doesn't increase to 5 or 6 or whatever. Can't gain stealth, so in the case of the one that has stealth, it doesn't gain that. And it can't gain the burrowing or submerge or void walk or any of that. So it doesn't gain any of those abilities, just airborne.
So it can gain the abilities, it just can't go in the other zones.
Yeah, okay, sure. So it can't gain stealth, it can gain the other abilities, it can't go in the zones. No idea, but possibly that matters for a card.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, I wasn't sure either way, but the way that FAQ is worded, because it says, if the Dragonlord gains Voidwork, Burrowing, or Submerge, may it enter other regions? And the answer is no. So it's like, that sort of implies that they can gain those things.
They can.
But can't use them.
Yeah, and I'd read previous. Yep. That's what, I already checked the rules on that one previously. Before the card was here and before the FAQ was in, so yeah.
Yep. Alright, suppose we go into the cards. So if you just type in dragon and do unique only, it'll show all of them. Just to clear it up a little. I have minion checked as well, actually. Because
is there any that aren't in the set?
No.
So it's 8?
Yep.
Okay. So Kstus.
This is one of the more interesting ones. Because it basically turns it from having to pay... Like, for the dragon, you just need the thresholds and 3 tap. So, like, with Shrine, it's actually pretty good, right? Because you play Shrine on 2, and then you have the thresholds to activate this. And you're getting pretty close to the thresholds for the other ones, depending on what your sights were. And all of a sudden, any dragon you have in your hand, you can probably put into play. But there's not that many dragons. So maybe it's not that great. And the fact that you still need the thresholds for the other dragons definitely makes it a lot harder to be consistent.
Yeah, I mean, he could obviously have all those fire... I mean, it's not going to feel good, obviously, tapping to put a Dragonets in. Colicky Dragonets either.
No, you'd be better off just playing a start casting them most of the time.
Ugh.
But, yeah. Definitely one of those potentially really powerful as more dragons come out sort of cards.
For now, though, people will build. It's one of the ones that people are going to gravitate towards, I reckon, when they build their first dragon deck.
Yeah, and then they'll realize that they can only put like 7 dragons in their deck and be like, maybe I don't want to do this.
And your thresholds are all over such a horrible set of thresholds if you do play them all.
I was thinking of like Wyvern and Elite Dragon, the Ancient Dragon and stuff like that, potentially off of it. So if you went like Fire Earth, that's 2 Wyverns, 2 of the Elite ones, and then the Earth and the Fire one from here. I suppose you'd probably put the Telestus in because you can already do it, so the 8 dragons.
Yeah.
And then you play Colic the Dragonets, not probably in this deck, but you're not going to tap to put them into play.
Yeah.
Not consistent for sure.
Yep. It feels, how do you say, for not S tier. Let's say.
Not yet. Maybe in 4 years, when you can actually play a deck with 30 dragons in it, possibly. Maybe that's when it's hell yeah.
I see it gets really good when every like you're saying, when it, I don't know how many you need to get to, but more than now, basically. Because
you would also assume by that point there's a bunch more fixing, so you could potentially maybe they print another 3 different versions of Color Out of Space or something, and then all of a sudden you're like, man, this deck's online.
I mean, it's been pretty much
it definitely needs more.
That they're not intending to add many more, that dragons are intended to be something special and not common, basically. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are 0 dragons in Gothic, for example. And if there are any, there's probably 1 or 2. But we'll see.
Yeah, there's probably some undead dragon Game of Thrones.
I don't know where it was said, but I think it was said. It might have been from QA from Eric himself at some point, I think. On the initial Dragonlord reveal. But definitely from... If it wasn't from Eric, it was definitely from someone officially involved, said that, there's a lot of dragons in this set, obviously, but, they won't... The intention is that dragons are supposed to be sort of rare and special in the sorcery universe, not something that's a common creature type. So
maybe that number goes from 4 years to 10 or something?
Well, it could take a very long time before you're playing an all-dragon deck. Let's put it that way. Maybe forever. Or maybe we expire through natural causes, let's say, before it gets there. But, yeah. But, I don't know what the threshold is. Maybe it's not. Maybe 20 is enough in a 70 card deck. I don't know. Is it? Maybe not. Maybe so.
Well, it's probably 60 card, right?
Oh, because 60 card, sorry. I'm getting confused now. It's 60.
I figured you were saying 70 because you were talking about collection
60,
as well.
No, sorry. Yeah, I'm just getting confused. 60
because you said it a few times. I was like, he's just saying 70 for collection as well now. But it's yeah, I don't know. If you're not basically activating it on turn 3, maybe turn 4, it feels like it's not even worth doing, right? Most likely.
Yeah, and how are you supposed to have all those thresholds for all these different dragons by turn 3 or 4?
Exactly, that's why I'm talking maybe it's a 10-year plan sort of thing, where you actually have enough dragons in your deck that you can, and enough threshold fixing that you can sort of get by. Because I think the number needs to be fairly high to be guarantee having a dragon in your starting hand. And then there's always the consistency issue of, I got a dragon, but I didn't get the right thresholds. Or perhaps I got the right thresholds for the dragon, but I didn't get the 4-element thresholds to be able to activate, the avatar.
Yeah,
so
and if you have to get to 7 mana or whatever to have the thresholds, then you're probably better off just being some other avatar, for sure. And
then you do all of that, and then they just bury it, and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah. Some point in the very distant future, this could be really good. But for now, it feels just... we're not even going to bother trying to build a deck with that, are we? We're just going to...
Nah, not a chance.
So let's move on. gets an F grade basically, but maybe a pretty high grade for like fun, but from a competitive standpoint.
Yeah, F for fun, not for failure.
Yeah, exactly. Addtonitum. This one feels more playable as the avatar than the actual dragon in your deck. I'm not sure if it's good enough though. As the avatar
I agree with that whole statement. So at triple air, pretty hard to activate unless your first 3 sites are probably air, and then the effect's not even crazy, right? Like, I mean, airborne movement +1 means you're probably going to be able to send your avatar to wherever you want to do the 3 damage.
Yeah.
If they're untapped, they can intercept you. That feels bad. Oh, no. So if it's bigger than 3, they'd be able to intercept you. Or if there's multiple units in the square.
And they have airborne.
Or ranged.
Or ranged, yeah. But nothing basically has ranged and constructed. But yeah. Nothing in the meta at the moment, at least. So they probably can't. They may not be able to intercept you. Like, that's very real.
But it's still, is that even?
Well,
it's basically turning you into a spark mage, right?
Turns you into a spark mage because you can blink. You can basically move, and then if you go move, blink, blink, that is 9 damage, and draw 2 cards. That's a lot better than a spark mage.
In 3 different squares, so
or
3 squares,
maybe 6 to 1.
You can't blink.
6 to 1.
So you can't blink in the same square, right? But yeah.
But that's still a lot
blink
more.
Is 7 mana. That's 7 mana.
Yeah.
That's a pretty late game play.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But it's very possible that you can do. Oh no, I'm just.
Well, I think the other thing you have to consider is this avatar needs to be compared to other avatars that exist, right? So if this was just an avatar that said 3 movement +1 airborne, do 3 damage to a random unit here when you stop there. That's not better than all the top avatars, like, not even close. It's not even in the same. It's in Spark Mage here.
Well, that's ultimately. I mean, I can't help but to think that that's the comparison you're making, because if there's no deck that you want to play this instead of Spark Mage, then it's not good enough to play. And if there are decks where this is better than Spark Mage, then there's a potential conversation, because maybe Spark Mage just needs. I don't know.
So you don't have to pay your air thresholds like a Spark Mage would, but you do have to pay 3 mana. So that's the trade-off, right? Which means you're not. So they're similar, but they are different enough that they do different enough things, right? Because it can be hard to do 3 damage with a Spark Mage.
Spark Mage doesn't do any damage unless you tap him. This can still do damage without tapping. So you can
as long as you support it with other cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't imagine you're playing in this in a deck as your avatar that isn't loaded with supporting cards.
Yeah, but as soon as you have to use supporting cards,
blinks,
to make
teleports, flanking maneuvers, it's going to be all of that stuff's going to be in the deck.
It starts getting really expensive, right? So it's because you have to pay 3 to even turn on your ability.
Yeah.
So,
but you can still, you don't have to tap. That's the thing, right? So it's going to be expensive, but unlike Spark Mage, like with this, you can still be building up you can still be increasing your mana base. Spark Mage, you basically never want to go past
the turn
4.
You do that.
This you could certainly end up going to some amount that's more than 4, for sure.
Yeah. They're definitely, it's sort of like they're similar but different enough that it's 2 different decks for sure. But I also think neither of them are good enough, right? So, because if you compare it to powerful avatars, this just gets dumpstered. I think that's probably going to be the case for almost every Dragonlord avatar, to be honest.
Yeah, but I think this is, well, I think
it might be one.
I think it beats KLS in a one-on-one matchup. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not one of the better ones.
So yeah, okay.
I understand it's not very good.
I agree it's not S tier. I think the question is it above F tier? Let's say, and I think it's above F tier. I think there's an argument to say I don't know. We're not going to go down the rabbit hole now for sure, but I think you could definitely construct an argument that this is potentially better than Spark Mage, potentially not. You could have the debate. And Spark Mage is not F tier. It's just down above F somewhere.
It's not Avatar of Fire.
It's
not much better.
C, D, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, moving on.
So the other thing about Spark Mage, right, is you don't need triple air to turn him on. You can potentially run your whole game off of just 2 air threshold in play.
This is different. I mean, I think the big difference here is that the Spark Mage deck just wants to go to 4 mana, something like that, and this will be in a deck that wants to go to basically to enough to be able to do 7. It needs to be 7, yeah. So probably you do have the triple. Like, it's just a different deck. Completely different. It's a completely different deck, not like a little bit different.
That's what I'm saying. Similar, like in what they do, but different decks.
And maybe the deck that goes to 7 mana, that higher up on the curve, slower on the start, but a lot more staying power. There certainly could be meta environments where that's way better than Spark Mage, and there could be meta environments where Spark Mage is way better.
I mean, there's also the thing to consider that this doesn't do more than 3, whereas Spark Mage can do more than 3 in a turn. It can do 4, and like the difference between 3 and 4 in the current meta is quite impactful because of all the the cats and stuff running around, all the 4 power units. So that matters probably quite a bit.
I mean, it has something. I mean, the thing is, there could be some other real synergies for this that we're not even thinking of, or that could come to exist. Like Siege Giant could throw you, for example.
Yep. Some rough thresholds, but yeah, definitely doable.
Maelstrom and a bunch of water stuff can pull you around, sort of thing. Like, so Maelstrom can move you, Riptides can move
having
you.
A body of water and triple air, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, but potentially possible. What's the other one? There's a water site that moves you on Genesis as well. I was saying Undertow, yeah. So I don't know. But potentially there are ways that you can be moved that don't even require necessarily like Siege Giant, right? Like, I don't know. There's potentially
being carried by like war horses and stuff like that as well.
Well, you might kill your own war horse, but yeah.
Yep, that feels pretty bad.
But the Siege Giant works well because it throws you separately. There certainly could be. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't. I think the main thing is it's just probably not S tier, right? It probably ends up just maybe better than Spark Mage, maybe better than some other stuff, maybe even better than Flamecaller after Gothic comes out as well. But ultimately, probably just not S, not A, somewhere lower, C or whatever.
Yep.
All right. Move on.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, the extra movement isn't that might also work really well with some spells now or in the future as well. The fact that you can move 2 on the diagonal to be able to get good positioning to cast stuff that require, especially here, spells that do powerful things here. And especially when you consider that you in that same deck you would have other mobility stuff probably for obvious reasons. So like a love potion, for example, is that here?
Yes. I mean, this works pretty well with Second Wind, right? The Gothic card.
Oh yeah, that's really. Oh, you do it twice, right? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this. Yeah, I feel like this could be a thing, just not an S tier thing, but certainly I would be more concerned if I see this as my opponent's Dragonlord avatar than if I see KLS this as their avatar. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
Alright, Draco Corvus. So you wouldn't gain you would get airborne but not the stealth, and then you can tap. Well, you have to have the thresholds, right? So double air.
Yeah.
Double air, double earth, and pay 3, and then you get airborne and you can tap and teleport to target tap minion to borrow it.
Yeah, basically it's letting you move around and bury stuff for your tap. because
which
it's free.
That's alright.
I think it's pretty decent for that, but the fact that it has to be tapped means they've already hit you, or at least hit a minion, right? So there's some lower value already.
A lot,
but it is like
quite a bit lower.
Yeah, but it is like guaranteed removal, right? So it's not, as long as they don't have burrowing, of course. So it's not bad. I think it's definitely better than Kstus. Probably better than, the air one, but maybe not drastically better. I don't think it's something you're ever going to bother building around, but I think it's one of the better ones.
I mean, I think it's okay. I can see. I mean, I'll probably give it a go at some point. It's a nice combination. Air Earth is pretty powerful for the sort of like fast tempoed mid rangey start. And you can.
So the biggest thing I bump into with this avatar is it's just all the options feel worse than just playing a regular avatar you don't have to pay for. That's my biggest issue with it.
The exception to that, I think, might be if you have a couple of things. So I think this will work. I already thought about this a bit because I was thinking, I get what you're saying, and then I was thinking, well, how would you potentially? I was thinking about this on the train earlier today. So, because in particular, this element combination for mid-range decks is something that I think about a lot and work on a lot. So, I think you need a way to tap this stuff. That's not easy.
What does it? Chains? What else? I mean, clearly it pairs really well with chains, right?
Yeah, so there's stuff, like I think, for example, like there is stuff, but not stuff you don't want to play. This is the thing, right? So, like, or does it how you want to do it. So I think, for example, the Tooth Fairies do it. That's probably your best option, right? That's the main one that you're going to want to do. Where are they?
You're on Dragonlord.
So at the start of your turn, you tap, right? So you imagine you got Tooth Fairies. So that's one thing. And maybe 3 of those is enough to...
Put minion back on.
So you need to be able to have ways to tap their untapped stuff to get rid of it. And then you basically need stuff that is really problematic for them if they can't block it. So Men of Leng might be an example, right? So that I think they're the 2 things, right? Like you need to be able to tap their stuff to clear it out, and you need stuff that's like basically just really, really, really problematic for them if they can't actually deal with it. And you just have, that's sort of what the deck looks like. So you're playing that type of stuff, clearing out the blockers, hitting them for them to discard cards. That's not going to be enough. It's going to be more than that. But I think it's like the foundation of it is basically that you need to be able to take their stuff out with the ability. If you can't, then you might this doesn't make any sense. And then you also need to be able to leverage the fact that that they can't block your attackers, and it's more meaningful than just doing the damage, basically, right? Like like it's destroying their sites as a result of it, or making them discard cards as a result of it, or doing something really, really impactful beyond just them losing the life. Something that is like game-losingly bad if it happens a couple turns in a row. Like, Men of Leng, or if you had a minion that whenever it hit them, they blew up their side or something. Like, well, the one that exists, right? The one of the Sirs.
Yeah, but that guy's double fire, right?
Yeah. So, but I think that's kind of like, but to some degree, some of those tools exist, and maybe with Gothic, it is a thing. There's enough extra supporting stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're giving up a lot of power in this, like, because it's air, earth, right? You're giving up a lot of power to play something like that hard countered by water sites and isn't that strong to begin with. Like, you're giving up Avatar of Air or Avatar of Earth.
Yep.
Like, Sorcerer. Like, you're giving up a lot to play that, and it doesn't sound great.
Nope. I don't think so. But I think unless you're I mean, well, you can disagree, but I think that's the only path to it being playable. I think every other path doesn't make any sense at all. I think if you just have it as some like random bit of removal that you enact every now and again, it's not going to make sense.
Yep. I think that's like sort of a way to use it, but yeah, like you say, right? It's just it bumping up against good avatars. Like, that's the biggest issue with these things. Is like they're not in a vacuum. They could be pretty cool and interesting, and you do some pretty fun things. But when you have to compare it to being like, you could be any other avatar.
Yeah, well, when you have to compare it to Archimego or Avatar of Air or, well,
exactly,
even whatever, Sorcerer.
If this was free, maybe it has a chance of contending with some of these abilities. But the fact that it costs 3 and you have to meet the threshold, that's a pretty stiff requirement.
Yeah.
So your avatar does literally nothing for most of the game. Anytime you have threshold issues, it does actually nothing. Yeah. Why would you ever want to play that over, like, just a good avatar? Like, there is one avatar, like, there's a couple of avatars on this list that maybe they do something interesting enough that that's a thing. But, yeah, we'll get there later.
Let's keep moving.
Yeah.
Enough on this one, yeah?
Yeah, it's enough on that. It was trash.
Ignis Rex. I mean,
if you want to discard Outlet,
it's the best one so far, easily. Already.
Yeah, for sure. But so basically, it's just if there's some kind of reanimator package with Carrionets or something, potentially this is how you get to discard the card. But that feels like a lot of investment to do something not that great. I can't see it being better than other avatars outside of that. Maybe the immune to fire ends up being something interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only ever going to be on your turn, though, not their turn. But
but it lets you play like big AoE stuff and not get hit by it, right? If you have to do it close to yourself.
Big OAE stuff that is cheap
costs
enough.
A lot.
Cheap enough that you can pay 3 mana to do it beforehand.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like on the most part, you're basically just paying 3 mana and discarding a card to do to do this ability, which is
it's just major explosion.
Yeah, which is going to cost you 10.
No. I mean, sorry, minor explosion as well. Oh. It basically it turns one of your cards into a minor explosion, right? Because it costs 3. So it just turns any of your 5 cards into minor explosion.
Does minor explosion hit you as well? I think it does, right?
Yes. And it's 2 steps. So it's like got better targeting.
Yeah, but this doesn't hit you.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, I guess minor explosion is played, but
I mean, it's 3. It turns minor explosion into 3 red threshold as well. So basically, unless you're mono fire, the turns you'd want to use this is probably early game, right? Is where you're going to get the best value out of it. And unless you're mono fire, you have very low chance of even doing it. And even if you're mono fire, there's a good chance you might not be able to pull it off anyway.
Yeah, and if you are, well, at least until Gothic is released, you'll probably just want to be Flamecaller.
Yep.
And then, yeah, it's interesting. This ends up like, possibly it's not even as good as Avatar Fire, which is probably the worst avatar in the game.
Avatar gives you the fireball, right? It doesn't cast the fireball?
Yeah.
Or does it turn...
I can't... Fire sights, I think, into fireballs until end of turn.
Yeah.
Just have a look.
That's right.
I mean, it's not one we've ever explored. I think I've seen some decks that were okay, but it's just never good. It's not S tier. So basically, it's a tap ability. If it wasn't a tap ability, it would be totally playable, I believe. But it is. So tap this turn. Fire sights in your hand are also fireballs. So the fact you have to tap is such a problem, and Fireball costs 4. So I think if, for example, you didn't have to tap, I think it'd be fine.
Yeah, because it'd let you tap, draw a sight, right? So you'd be able to draw a Fireball every turn.
You could keep building up, and eventually, exactly, you could just spit out a Fireball every turn. That'd be great. You'd also have the prospect of actually getting to 8 mana to be able to do 2 in the same turn. But without that, like, neither is true, right? You never get to go to 8 mana, and you never get to... Anyway, I think the point here is Avatar of Fire is probably the worst Avatar in the game, and this is probably worse than Avatar of Fire.
Yep.
Probably. Maybe not. But in any case, we're basically saying, is it slightly better or slightly worse than the worst Avatar in the game? And it's probably... I don't know. I still think probably Addtonitum is more playable as your Avatar than Ignis Rex.
Yeah, I think so.
So, right, this one's clearly just not playable at all because it doesn't do anything.
Yep, doesn't do anything.
Right, quick conversation here. You're never going to use this as their Avatar unless you're building Grey Wolves deck. Agreed?
Yes.
And if you are building Grey Wolves deck, you're still going to have to pay the 3 mana. You have to pay the 3 mana to activate it. It doesn't.
I think the biggest problem is the fact that how you're ever going to build up enough wolves if you're just playing a regular Avatar.
Yeah, I just don't. I think between it, like, let's say for argument's sakes that there was an Avatar that just said counts as a Grey Wolves and has +1 power for each other Grey Wolves nearby. Yeah?
Yep.
Well, okay, let's just say that this was an Avatar with this text.
Let's just say this is the Avatar.
Has Airborne, has this text. And you just started with that. You didn't have to pay the 3 mana. You didn't need to have the thresholds. You didn't need any of that. Is it even playable then? Maybe.
I mean...
Maybe not.
Maybe. It's a question, right? Because you're obviously not going to ramp up as fast, but you start at a baseline that's better.
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe is the answer, and the fact that it's such a... we don't have to go down the rabbit hole. My point here really is that this is miles worse than that.
Oh yeah, this is absolutely
trash. This is miles worse than that, and even if it was that, it would be a maybe, basically.
Yeah.
So even if it was 20 times better, it would be a maybe. I think we can just say it's not playable, right?
Yeah,
and move
trash.
on. Okay. This one as your Avatar, I mean, the obvious... I mean, you're going to have the Triple Earth threshold. I think it's reasonable to compare it to Avatar of Earth, broadly.
Yep.
I feel like maybe there's a deck that can consistently get the 3 Earth thresholds, but doesn't often get a lot more than that. And in that deck, obviously, potentially it's way better than Avatar of Earth, right? Because Avatar of Earth sort of wants you to go above and beyond 3 Earth sites generally. But broadly speaking, in the case where you are going to go above, well,
I think
okay.
The biggest issue, even if this you didn't have to pay to turn it on, which is a drawback. The fact that you're going to have a high power Avatar that you can't force move and use grapples and blinks and stuff, or just any movement in general, is an insane drawback for how much little extra power you might get over a Battle Mage or an Avatar of Earth.
Yeah, Battle Mages, sorry. That should be in the conversation as well, right? Because in that example where we get to 3 but not more, then it's Battle Mage, basically. In the example where you're going to go to way more than 3, then it's Avatar of Earth, probably. So, in either case, it's, you are talking about +5, right? So you're talking about having a 6-powered Avatar quite often.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is a lot bigger than Battle Mage. I mean...
Yep.
It's... Compared to Avatar of Earth, Avatar of Earth can be similar consistently or bigger if they're playing Earth, and if they're not, it's typically a bit smaller.
Yeah, it's probably like 5, maybe 6.
But importantly, you have to build a deck that's very, very heavily Earth. Whereas with this, you could build it more like half, a bit more than half Earth, probably. You
I think if you do that, though, you probably run into the problem of not being able to activate your avatar and get the power when you want it.
Possibly,
because if you're not heavily Earth, like, you're not going to be consistently
heavily in that it's like 50 to 60% Earth.
Yeah, so that's not ever going to be consistent at getting 3, unless you get to 8 or 9, right? Because if you're just going to 5, you're not going to consistently be getting 3.
If you're just going to 5, yeah, it wouldn't be. But if you're going to 6 or 7, you'd be alright at 7. So it's a question.
There's been quite a few games where just in our AM deck, right, you go to 8 and you're still like, oh, well, I lost this one because I drew 1. So it certainly happens enough that it is a consideration.
But I think you're okay at 65% or something like that. Whereas Avatar of Earth really wants you to be way over that, right? Because you're talking about the risk of only not potentially getting 3 at 7 sites. Whereas if Avatar of Earth can't go to the one that can't go to 7 sites, like it's you need to be way over 60% Earth to play Avatar of Earth, basically.
Yeah.
So I think there's a little bit of a range where I don't know what the window is, but there's probably like a 5% threshold, for example, where this could be playable without Avatar of Earth being playable.
But if you're building this, you're basically building it thinking that you're going to be relying on your avatar, right? And if at any point you're building a deck that relies on your avatar that you can't consistently do, isn't that just terrible?
Yeah, but you obviously need to build it so that you can consistently do it. Like,
yeah,
I'm just saying there's this little range of what consistent would look like for this versus what consistent looks like for Avatar of Earth. Avatar of Earth is going to be a little bit more, need a bit more than this, generally. I think if you, for example...
Well, I suppose if you put it this way, right? If you draw 2 Earth Threshold with this, you do nothing. If you draw 2 with Avatar of Earth, you have 3 power. If you draw 3 Earth Threshold with both, Avatar of Earth's at 4 power, and this is at 6. That's sort of basically the spot you have to be talking about before you may as well just be playing Avatar of Earth. And this is all without even just considering the fact that you lose grapple.
Yeah, but it's not entirely... I mean, just the nature of how it plays out. That can be true, but it also can easily not be true. Quite often, for whatever reason, your starting site's going to be an Earth site, and one of the frontline sites won't be. Like, it's totally possible to have 3 Earth sites, but not have 4 power, to only have 3 power with Avatar of Earth. But... yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I feel like this would just be totally playable if it wasn't for that can't be moved by force text. It'd be fine.
Yeah, the thing that makes it a good minion is the thing that makes it an absolutely terrible avatar.
Yeah. Like, I think...
on top of the fact you have to pay 3 for it.
I think potentially...
when the other ones you don't have to pay for.
Getting that guaranteed 6 power could be worth the 3 mana. Basically. But not at the expense of being able to move... by force, not basically not without being able to whatever you want to say. Sort of assume he's being carried, moved by force. Can a warhorse carry you still? Yeah, so you can't be. So with fire, you can't because typically Avatar of Earth wants to pair up with either fire or air to allow it to move around a bit more easily, and you just can't move around more easily, and then you. I don't know. You can potentially do stuff like you could Atlas Wanderers the front sights around, so you could make it so that you only have to step up, move. You can Atlas Wanderers and then attack them. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can still move yourself, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to move twice before you do anything either. That's horrible.
Yeah.
But I'm saying you could.
No, but I mean, even if so you could still play those cards and move yourself before activating. But you can't get the power and grapple. is the big problem. So you can still move yourself with a warhorse, and then just activate your power.
Oh yeah. Okay. So basically, you just don't get to use grapple shots. So
which is absolutely insane in a high-powered avatar.
Yeah. Yep. But a lot of Avatar of Earth decks, a lot of good Avatar of Earth decks, don't even pair with air anyway. They pair with fire. So this might be potentially paired pretty good with fire. I think on the most part, people will play this, and I think it's. I don't know. I'm personally a big advocate of grapple shot. So basically, I can't see myself ever playing this. I'm just trying to see it through other. I know that the more popular Avatar of Earth variant is with fire. So
yeah, I'm also more of a big fan of not having to pay 3 every turn to get my power.
Yeah,
as opposed to just having it, even if it's less. Like, yeah. I'd take a 4-power Avatar of Earth over a 6-power 3-mana version of this.
It's also not insignificant, because you're going to want to move onto their site, presumably, to hit them, right? Agreed? If you're never going to hit them with this, I'm not so sure why you'd want to play it. The point of this, I presume, is to get on top of one of their sites and wail down on them for 6 every turn.
Yes.
I would have thought. I think you don't want to use this to kill their minions or whatever, right? Generally, I would have thought, not as plan A. So you have an issue with this that you're only 1 power on their turn. So if you're on their side of the board wailing down on them, they can basically attack you without directly without having to come onto your side of the board.
Yeah.
So effectively, they can use like a 1-power chumpy to chump away your 6 damage, so you can't hit them each turn, and then they can wail down on you directly without having to come on your stuff. I think that's not insignificant.
Yeah, that matters.
It makes you way easier to play around, not having to.
You also can't really get in the surprise, right? Because the movement is limited.
Yeah. Oh, the can't be moved by force is like you said. You could move and then
like maybe there's a world where you can sort of argue paying 3 can sort of be okay if you're more, but the fact that you have a negative, like you have a drawback on top of having to pay mana, so the big thing with paying the mana is you can't hit a minion and develop something on your side to just get tempo advantage by using your life, because you're just always going to be down on mana, so it's going to be really awkward in that way.
Yeah.
And because it costs you mana, you want to go to more sites, so it's going to be longer before you're even attacking.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even going to try build a deck with it. I think people will, though. I don't think it's... Yeah, unlike some of these other ones, you're just comparing it to existing avatars, and I don't think this is. I think any deck that you build where this is technically better than Avatar of Earth and Battle Mage, because of your exact deck list, that's possible, but the deck list is just not going to be very good, basically.
Yeah, fair.
So, I think in the end, it's better to move towards something that's more optimized for either Avatar of Earth or Battle Mage if you want to go down the route of a big, powerful avatar, I would have thought.
Sure.
This one, Vatin Draconius.
So this one's interesting, right?
So it's the one that submerges. So you don't get the submerge. So with this one, so at the end of your turn, you may submerge all minions and artifacts here. So you can't submerge it. So unlike this, which would submerge itself as part of that, you wouldn't submerge yourself because you can't submerge. So you would just send everything else down that isn't yourself.
Yes. So this one's interesting in the fact that it does something that no avatar can really replicate. So you only really get to replicate it by being on a water site with a pair of frogs that one's up, one's down, and they just keep moving things up and down for trying to hide artifacts and stuff. But the fact that you can... So you can't even do that with monuments and stuff for that combo. So you can get your monuments down, You can also just use it as straight up removal if you have like any steps or any way to move yourself. So it's the best one at being removal, I think.
Yeah.
It's
and it's
purely defensive removal.
Probably a mono water deck.
Yeah, I think so. Because you
very
need a good
heavily water. And then you get all your Riptides and all of the... I'm not sure exactly out of all the other effects which are units and which are minions, but...
Yeah, and so the other interesting thing is, because if you're going mono water, there's not that many interesting avatars. Like, so Avatar of Water has potentially really powerful, but just doesn't really have the card set yet. It's sort of waiting for a few more cards to come out before it gets really good. So it's not really fighting with something. And if you want to go like a big water, like, you know, you want a big body of water, you want like your Island Leviathans and your Goo and stuff like that. Your Sorcerer's not crazy either, because like Sorcerer's power comes from being low on the curve, so you can just start tap drawing for more spells and not tap drawing for sites, tap play sites, which is where this one potentially has some value as well. So it doesn't, like, you know, the other one is maybe Druid, maybe Archmage, but they're very specific builds, right? And maybe Druid is the best one it's probably comparing with, but they're doing very different things, right? Like,
I mean, if you want to have the big water deck, because we tried building those a few times, right? So you think in the past, so Wave Shape is no good basically because his ability is a tap, right? It's a tap down. Yeah. So it stops your board development, your mana development, right? This is way better because you can keep playing sites every turn. You move yourself around somehow with spells or minions or whatever.
Yeah, well, you've got, like, you can even just tap play a site and that site's undertow, and all of a sudden you're moving and you're still getting... Yeah,
does undertow do...
There's a lot of mobility.
I don't know, that's what I was saying before. I'm not sure what exactly does avatars and minions. It's a unit. So Undertow's a unit. Yeah. So anyway, I'm not going to go through all the cards, but you basically can keep developing up your board position. So the Avatar Ward is a tap as well. Like that, like you're saying, that needs some stuff that doesn't... Well, we really like the card. We think it's not good, but it's also underrated, if that makes sense. Not good at the moment, but it's also not as bad as what everybody thinks it is. But anyway, I'm not gonna... So, but that's a tap ability, as is Wave Shaper. They're both tap down abilities. If you want to keep building up mana to get to Goo and stuff, great old one. You need an avatar that doesn't have a tap down ability. So the decks like that, I think, that fit that nature, like it can't really be Pathfinder, at least at the moment, because there's not enough water sites, basically, right?
Yeah, Pathfinder is obviously the one you want to be, but it's not there yet.
And then outside of that, the main two options that I end up with whenever my thought space ends up in that is it's either Seer, just because it's not a tap down ability and it's something that can help you dig for your, you know, it's not a tap down and it does something pretty useful to get through your deck. So it's for the type of deck that you would...
Other scry, like the rivers and stuff, right? You start actually churning through your deck very quickly.
So oddly, I would say you're comparing this... You think about the type of deck you'd want to build with this, I would say what you're comparing it to is Seer or Elementalist, I think is the other one, because that basically allows you to play... You can play your water deck, but get Common Sense and Violin, but whatever it is, right? You get everything that has a 1 threshold symbol, and you get to play to splash, and you get to play mono water. And I think if you're building that deck, you are moving between Elementalist and Seer and ending up in a place where neither is quite good enough, basically, to want to do that water deck. But I think this might be better than both, because this shores you up with one of the biggest weaknesses that both of those have, which is when you start on the back foot, you basically can just lose because you can't stabilize quick enough. And this ability can help you stabilize basically from the beginning, right? You can just Riptide yourself to the side and front, submerge their minion that attacked you on the side of the game. All of a sudden, you're in a decent spot straight away. And it didn't cost you anything, right? You just cantripped. You wanted... Like, all those decks, you want to just play Riptide to D3 your deck. And with this deck, potentially, you're killing something every time you Riptide.
Yeah, it also pairs really well with, like, Troll Bridge as well. Like, if you lock down one side with Troll Bridge and you're just standing on the other side, they can attack. All of a sudden, they don't have very good attack targets because they don't want to be where you are, because then you just pay 3 and kill their stuff, and potentially they don't want to discard cards to get into the troll bridge either.
Yeah. Sorry, I made a mistake before what I was saying. You can't kill them. You can't kill them easily at the start because you got to pay 3 mana to get the ability. But still, I thought you meant you Riptide up on turn 2 and then you use your ability on turn 3. That's what I thought you were saying. Yeah. Thought space was all over. I was thinking many things at once. But I think broadly, I'm just thinking. I feel like we'll give this a go at some point.
Yeah, I think so too. I also think the ability to protect artifacts like that is going to be pretty relevant, especially in like a swap meta coming up, and like as more artifacts get more powerful, just being able to protect them is going to be a big thing. Whether that's a thing like now or in the future, I think at some point it will be a true statement.
Yep.
While it's also not like that's the only thing it does is very important. Like, 'cause if it was the only thing it was doing, it probably wouldn't be good enough compared to the other avatars. But this one actually has some flexibility, right? Where you save your early game with it, and then you protect something useful later.
I mean, it does come with some heavy constraints. I mean, you basically have to be playing a deck where all of your sites have water thresholds, because as soon as you have one that doesn't, you open yourself up for all of your attacks to be there. So that's like a pretty heavy... But I think, unlike a lot of these other ones, we're saying that basically there's no deck that exists for any of them.
Yeah.
That makes any sense versus just playing some other avatar that exists at the moment. But this one actually probably has a deck that's probably a pretty decent deck that this would just be the best avatar for.
Well, there might not be S tier or anything, but it's certainly going to be better than all the other ones that you can possibly be.
And it could be a I don't know. I feel like I feel like we could make a pretty good deck with it, but like you said, we just, in the end, if the deck's anything short of S tier, it just falls by the wayside pretty much. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like if you didn't have to pay the 3 mana, it would be a lot better. But because you have to pay that 3 mana...
Wait, say that about all of a sudden the Talamh one, if you don't have to pay 3, is probably better than Avatar of Earth.
Yeah. But, you do. So
you do.
But I think it's just... Yeah, there is that... Because I quite like the deck in theory. I like the mono water thing with all the stuff it can do and all the cool, fun cards it can play that are also pretty powerful.
Yep.
So, and I think this in particular really can help you. I don't know. It's at the end of the day, you can set up those initial site placements. You can basically do the GM answer 6 box. Where you start in front and the 2 other side. Yeah.
Yep.
And it kind of makes them sort of, it puts you in a position where you can potentially pretty easily kill anything, right?
Yeah, it makes their life pretty hard for attacks.
Yeah. So it's only when you start going wider than that where they can potentially... But then obviously you're playing the corners first, and you probably want to play a deck that doesn't need to go to more than 8.
Yep. And you're also, once you get up to 7, there's a chance you just play this guy in that one spot where they're like, I can finally attack, and then you just drop him. And you're like, no, I can't attack anymore.
Yep. Anything more to say about this one?
So something I was just thinking about here would be you have to come to the surface, right, to submerge. You can't just sit underwater and keep submerging stuff. Yeah. I don't think it changes much, but that was just...
No, so as the actual minion, as the avatar would never go down, but as a minion it would go down. But you could move up and then on your turn come back down with the same stuff that's in the same place. But Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. I just had a bit of a moment where I was like... Yeah, but the fact that he brings himself down is obviously... Has to. He'd be way better if you had the option to not bring him down, but...
Yeah. But I think
as the avatar,
if he didn't bring himself down... what was that?
But as the avatar, obviously you don't because you can't. So it's quite interestingly, mechanically, even though the ability is the same, mechanically it's quite different between the actual minion and the avatar. So
it's also because if it's your avatar, you just have a frog under you and keep all your ring Morrigan and stuff safe, which is pretty nice. But yeah, I think that's probably enough on that guy.
Alright, Zeraphine, conrru.
So again, in a vacuum, I think this guy might even be playable.
So this is
because he's sort of like
I'll say
a
what he does
speaker that
quickly.
doesn't need Genesis.
I'll say what he does quickly.
Right?
Sorry.
Sorry.
At the end of so this is one where you get the airborne, has airborne, and at the end of your turn, you can choose 3 of your dead minions. You banish 2 of them, and the other one goes to your hand. Sorry, you can continue.
Yeah. So like I was saying, basically when he's a minion, right, in a vacuum, it's great, but next set, a lot of graveyard hate coming in, so there it's probably going to be bad. But that said, this is an ability you're probably willing to pay 3 for, because when it's good, it's probably going to be really good. And obviously the avatar you have to compare it to is Death Speaker. So, but Death Speaker is only good for Genesis minions, whereas this one is going to be good for all minions. So you potentially actually get back juicy minions that just died. That even Death Ride stuff is pretty good with it as well, but mostly it's like you're just going to be getting back a good minion for 3 every turn. Well, probably not every turn, but anytime you have 3 dead minions, which is pretty good. Is that better than Death Speaker? Maybe, probably. Who knows? Because you still have to recast the minion, so it's like, and you need 3 of them, so it's like definitely more constraints than Death Speaker.
Yeah, and you need the thresholds.
You also get to keep a minion on board as well, so that's pretty good as well. Definitely do different things, but yeah, the same as like when it's a minion. As soon as the next set comes in, I think it's going to have a very hard time being an avatar.
I mean, it's pretty interesting. I mean, obviously, I guess it works pretty good with, like you're saying, with... I guess in principle, Death Speaker, like you're saying, only works with Genesis. Whereas I guess the idea of this is that you want a healthy supply of minions in the cemetery. Obviously, in the case that there's some card that's like, take the top 30 cards of your spellbook and dump them into your cemetery. That's going to be awesome for this.
Well, I mean, one thing with the needing 3 minions, right? If it's your avatar, like you're going to be, every minion you pick up, it's probably going to die eventually. So it's basically, you only need 2 extra minions to die for cards that you actually draw to be able to get stuff back. And even if you just think of it as like getting back in like
2 to die? Don't you need 3 to die?
Yeah, but the card you get back is one that's going to die again as well. So only 2 cards, two extra cards that you draw, right? Because one of them is one going to be recycling forever.
Yeah, so the first time you need 3, the subsequent times you need 2. Yeah.
Yeah. But even like a mediocre use case scenario, right? Just get back a Saracen Raiders every turn. Just keep doing 3, and like they have to kill it. Otherwise, it's going to keep taking 3, and all of a sudden.
I mean, my thoughts are just what kind of minions are you playing in this day? So, like, because I feel like at the end of the day, you kind of like it doesn't seem much point to play a deck full of minions that never die. Like, full of sly foxes and whatever, right? Like, you want to play stuff that dies, and therefore probably stuff like with Deathrite is pretty good, and Genesis to some degree, right? But the Deathrite stuff typically, like, I don't know what's good. That again, you need the fire and the like. Leprechauns would feel alright if they were fire or water.
Yeah.
Maybe they would still be alright.
Lamp is still pretty good. But...
I mean, at the end of the day, one benefit is you need the thresholds to activate, but effectively, Leprechaun could help you find the thresholds as well, right? And maybe Leprechaun is pretty good, but I think the big thing here is that it's like if you stumble a bit to get to the thresholds, a lot of those other avatars you just lose the game if you're playing them. Whereas this one potentially doesn't matter that much, right? Like you still do other stuff, you still play other cards, you're still using your mana. As long as you get there by the time you don't have other stuff to do, that's the most important thing, right?
Yep.
And then if you happen to get to 6 dead minions or whatever, and then now I'm there, boom, I can get one back and either cast it or get them back 2 turns. Like this one, it feels like if you take your time to get to the thresholds, it's less of a deal than the other avatars, where if you don't hit them at the right moment, you're probably just lost.
Yep.
And Leprechaun, like, yeah, I don't know, like a lot of stuff sort of feels pretty good. I mean, I don't know whether you want to be because you got to pay the 3 mana to get something back.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the pretty good targets in color are like Mordred and Green Knight. Or Pukas as well is like potentially pretty good as well. But yeah. Mostly Mordred and Green Knight.
So you want this combination of like really problematic minions, or like the ones you're describing, with other stuff that dies easily, basically. But you're happy to have killed. Like Leprechaun. There's got to be other examples. I keep saying Leprechaun, but there's got to be other ones, right? Pukas, yeah. But even like Genesis stuff, like Violin, even all the Genesis like stuff, Violin and whatever is all fine.
All charge minions, you're pretty happy. Like think Redcap, right? If you just play it and trade something out, use them as like a removal spell but it's also a creature. Yeah,
so it could be a very different looking deck to Death Speaker. Very different.
Yeah, you get to play minions that don't have Genesis, which is very. And it's basically it's a completely different minion set.
It's not a tap ability, so you keep. I think all of these. One defining difference here, because I'm kind of go back over, effectively, you really, maybe not defining these, just not good. Any of these that have a tap ability are kind of just not good enough, just because it's like you have to tap to use the ability, plus you have to play the 3 mana, right? It's like just crippling between paying the 3 and not developing your mana base at the same time.
For sure.
This one feels pretty good, though. I mean, we'll give it a try, pretty sure. Like you said, though, it's a small window. It's a small window to have fun with it. It'll be, it'll be. I think whatever deck you need to build once all that other cemetery hate arrives will be way harder to make work.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely an avatar that's like pretty good at running into a long game.
Yeah,
because like the longer the game goes, the more value you're going to get. So it's also pairs well with the tap draw, tap play style.
Yep. I wonder what water minions you'd want to run in that deck.
Don't know, but Brother, I was just like having a quick look through. Brother Knight's pretty good in that deck, just for filling up your graveyard pretty good. I had to have a double check to see if he could pull him out of the graveyard, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, man, imagine Cordus enticing a bunch of times. Because as long as you don't have 3 at the end of your turn in your graveyard, could potentially set up some silly things happening.
I don't mind. I feel like these are the 2 that we're probably going to give a go.
Yeah.
I
think they're the only 2
on
that
the
are
whole, it's just paying that 3 mana is pretty rough. And you're comparing it to stuff like Archimago and Avatar of Air and, well, Sorcerer, even, and even other avatars are just
very strong things.
Like, yeah, I don't know. They feel like, I think the thing is, though, really, it's just all of the other ones don't really bring anything to the table that's different enough to what the other ones do, but these 2 are doing something different. They're bringing something different to the table.
Yeah, they're a bit more unique.
So at least they facilitate like new deck archetypes. Now those archetypes may not be good enough, but maybe at some point in the future they will be good enough as well, right? Maybe another set comes along, gives them some awesome cards, and these could be playable. But these other ones, I find it really hard to... Maybe the KLSs for the obvious reasons. When there's enough dragons, maybe it'll changes. But all these other ones, it feels like they'll never be sort of S tier, no matter what is added, barring for some really
busted dragon,
really specific card that synergizes ridiculous with them. Pretty much. On this one, I can see if there's some crazy way that you can just, do 15 separate movements in a turn. It could just be totally busted. This Addtonitum, for example. This one here, I just about can't see what could possibly exist that would make this completely busted.
Well, I mean, it pairs well in just a air-earth control deck with Chains of Prometheus. If you want to be a control deck that stops your ramp early, effectively. Which, and then you just have to be like, well, why am I not Archmage or something like that?
Yeah. Yep. But anything here that requires effectively the 3 mana and the tap is super rough, because you're basically crippling your development and not playing anything else from your hand. Just about. All on the same turn. It's really rough. But it's only the 2 of them that tap, and this one obviously gets almost like a free pass, because obviously it's not at the moment, but in the future, right, when it happens. Because you're not really crippling it all, right? Because you're just cheating stuff in for free instead. So, but all the rest of them you don't tap. But yeah, like you're saying, this is just like kind of like a potentially better or worse than a Spark Mage, but Spark Mage isn't very good anyway. This one, like you're saying, it's got the tap, and it's just not good enough. This one is probably not as good as Flamecaller. It's probably not even as good as Avatar Fire. Maybe it is, but Avatar Fire is the worst avatar in the game. This is not playable. The Moon Song. This is maybe this would be a different conversation if Avatar of Earth and Battle Mage didn't exist, but they do.
Yeah, and I think that one's unplayable as well. But people will argue with that, I guess.
But then these two are like, maybe they're not great, but at least they're
interesting, right? Yeah, there's thought to potentially making. There's reasons why they could be.
Yeah,
I mean, likely they're probably not.
Probably not. Yeah, but yeah, like this one, unfortunately, they're saying will get hosed, but with Gothic, and probably never recover, because if it ever actually becomes good at any point, it will immediately get hosed out of the meta. So it's always going to be a B tier at best, like on the out.
Like there might be there might be like a random tournament every now and then where it pops up because like all the graveyard hate meta's gone, and then it wins that, and then all of a sudden it's out of the meta again. But that'll be the life of that deck.
And then this one, interesting. We'll see. Like you're saying, it's weird because there's nothing to compare it to, so it's hard to really form. But they're the 2 that we'll probably give a go. Not sure when exactly, because we got a big tournament coming up. We don't have a lot of time to prepare for it, so probably we'll stick with stuff that we're a bit more confident that's actually going to be good, or we know will be good. Whereas I don't know, we'll give it a little go, but. Any closing thoughts?
The set's pretty bad, which is very disappointing for such a limited, really cool thing that they made.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird...
Super lackluster.
Well, it's this weird combination that I think is the... Yeah. Yes. And then I find that, in particular, it's a bit of a weird combination of, like... And having this complete staple of a card. That...
Yeah, the set's trash, but you still have to get it.
Yeah, so it's like, it's kind of not very good. You kind of have to get it, and you kind of can't get it. It's a pretty bad combination of 3 things.
Yeah.
A lot of these cards...
I can definitely see, like, around the world, just Shrine of the Dragonlords, like... Someone will have a tournament, so they'll buy one, and then they'll just sell it off straight after the tournament to, like, you know, someone else in a different country has, like, another tournament coming up sort of thing, and it'll just be, like, this one card just rotates around the world constantly.
Yeah. I mean, after that, it's... What is it? I don't even know what else you get with the Cradle. Is that the next thing?
I guess. Maybe the Cradle and Archivist, probably the only ones, and, I mean, I quite like Draconius, but they're the only 3 that I care about at all.
Draconius. Which one's Draconius? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, this one's obviously playable, like, as well.
Yeah.
In a day.
Yeah, as a creature, that one's playable for sure.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I was saying, this is just going to be, in so many decks, this is just going to be an absolute staple.
It's almost certainly going to be in every single one of our decks. It's gonna have to. It's one of those cards that it goes in, and then you need a reason to take it out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame.
I feel like in most of our decks, it's probably even better than Philo.
Kind of a bit. I don't know. It's just
now that you can't really break Philo anymore, it's certainly got a lot better.
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to... It's just... Well, okay, so we summarise it up, I guess. I mean, the design-wise, I think these three are fine. If the purpose... Okay, from our perspective, obviously we're not Timmy as such, or at least we try not to be. We're looking at it from a competitive standpoint about what brings interesting new things to the game, and at the end of the day, if it means that you have to play a deck that can't win, then it's not interesting, basically, right? Like, interesting is a combination of, doing, I guess you could say, fun stuff and this stuff and that stuff, but ultimately, if it's not competitive, it kind of doesn't matter from our perspective, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the funnest card in the world if you always lose because you're playing it. Like, at the end of the day, like, winning is also fun to some degree as well, right? Like, it's not fun always losing. So I think it's just looking at it from the perspective of, like, it doesn't mean that every card has to be S tier, right? It just means that it would be nice if every card had a home in at least sort of one potential place that could be competitive, right? I guess is the point. Like, it doesn't have to be like an auto included in every deck or anything like that. So
it'd be nice if it had a reason to exist.
Yeah. So examples of ones that don't in this set, I think, is this one just feels like a meme card, but it could have been all sorts of difference.
Like, if you think about it, if this is in like a 400 card set, this is a fine card. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can make a meme card in a massive set. It does not matter. But when it's like super limited to get and only has 13 cards, you can't really have a card that does like nothing. Like, that's just an absolute meme. Doesn't synergize with anything in the 13 card set. Like, it's this card annoys me.
But I think the most annoying thing about this card to me is just that it doesn't even work in a Grey Wolves deck.
Yeah, exactly, right.
It doesn't. The most ridiculous thing about that card. Like, I think I could just, at the end of the day,
if it was, I would not be upset.
If whatever it did, it worked in a Grey Wolves deck and makes sense to include it, then, like, I get what you're saying, but I would give it a pass ultimately. But when it's a meme, doesn't fit with anything else in the set, and doesn't even work in a Grey Wolves deck, it's like,
I wouldn't care at all. I'd actually be happy that it was actually something that a Wolves deck needed, right? Because then it has a reason to exist, and that's fine. But when it's a complete meme and just trash, like, in such a limited thing, it's very frustrating.
This one, obviously,
because I already don't like sets like this that are like super limited and things like that. I'm not a fan. So just adding this little insult to injury is not great.
This one we talked about a lot, but obviously, like, whatever. It's like, it's just a judge's nightmare, basically.
Yeah.
And a venue that needs to close on time. For a nightmare from that perspective. Like, it's just, like, it's not that it's
13. I was just going to say 13 card set, and I absolutely hate 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least it's like it's doing something interesting, obviously, but it's like it's a
nightmare.
Yeah,
convoluted mess, that card.
But it's pretty like, thematically,
really interesting, but just,
it's interesting, and I think thematically, at least, as far as I understand, the storyline for this, like, it's like tying in with the story and stuff, but it's just, well, like I said, from a competitive standpoint, it doesn't have a lot of synergy with the Star City Games announcement, basically. Like, to try to make, to be bringing the game at a more sort of competitive level, and then, I mean, at the end of the day, if you just release it and you just say, it's whatever, it's banned from day one, it's just for tabletop play, like a kitchen top, what's it called, kitchen table,
kitchen table gaming or
whatever the phrase is that I keep hearing,
something we've never done.
No, but if it's just for that and it's not supposed to be for taking the game serious, then fine, but it's also what was allowed in tournaments, so clearly it's not that. So anyway,
it's also, if you're making a card like that, it shouldn't make it in such a limited thing. Unless you're planning on people just not having it, and then what's the point of even making it?
Well, I would say that this is my concern with this card, what you just described.
Yep.
I think the fact that this Chyros is probably not really very good in any deck that anyone would ever play, so who really cares? But when it's a complete constructed staple, that's where my concern is. That, that limited availability. I think for this, I don't really care. And then you basically got, I don't know, these other ones, like the Ignis Rex, it just doesn't feel quite good enough, basically. It's just like it was just balanced up to be, just to get it to a spot where it's not quite good enough. And I kind of feel that way for all of them, basically.
Yeah, it's sort of like they're all balanced to be like not constructed playable, I mean staple, or like even barely fringe playable, and then there's this shrine that's like no, someone didn't get the memo on that card.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's, and it's just, I don't know, it's for all of it. It's between the triple threshold that makes them awkward to cast. It's the sort of 6 power that makes them, you know, at 7 they would be way more sticky, all of them, but there's not. They're 6. And yeah, I don't know. It's a weird, such a weird combination of, like you're saying, like someone didn't get the memo on this one.
Yep.
Such a weird combination of like not really playable in constructed cards. All of them pretty much, like, I don't know, maybe that's a bit disingenuous to a couple. Probably these 3 are all playable. On the bottom right. Yep. Probably the Cradle is with, like, it's a little bit, but they're all on the fringes, right? Maybe not. Maybe so. You don't necessarily. You don't need them in your collection. Like this, you do, and that feels really weird. As a, I don't know, just
one thing on the Shrine of the Dragonlord, just on the art in particular. Maybe you'll have to get it from your, foil full art version, but so the water, the fire, and the earth dragon, they're all represented, but where's the air one? I've been looking on it for like a while now, and maybe it's behind the tech box, maybe it's just a lightning in the sky, but where's the air represented in this card?
Yep, don't know.
I thought that when I first saw it, like, originally, and then I was like, didn't think back on it, but yeah, now it's like, where is it? It really feels like it should be represented here somehow. Because I actually quite like the art on this card in general, but it definitely feels like it's missing.
Yeah, I'd have to get up and walk away to look at the foil one.
Yeah, that'll be maybe a catch up for a comment or another video, but...
yeah, so anyways, I guess if you ignore... Is your favourite one the Draconius, if you ignore the Shrine of Dragonlord?
Yeah, it's the only one that's like... even makes me think at all, basically. Like, I mean, Cradle is
this one,
potentially
this one gets my thoughts happening, but
I don't know, basically this one, to me, it's like, it's sort of in that like lookout group for me, where I'm like, I really like it, it's a really me card, but it doesn't really spark like, I don't know, creative juices, whereas like the Draconius, it does something that nothing else does. So it's like there's potentially something interesting, and I haven't had a chance to like even go through and maybe put something together for it or anything like that, but I don't know, I find this card really interesting.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, I don't even know what my...
What about you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Just trying to eliminate what it... Okay, so it might be the Cradle. If we're saying Dragonlord is off the...
Maybe Cradle just through default, because everything else is garbage.
I mean, it's either Cradle or one of these two at the bottom.
Yep.
This Draconus or this Zeraphine. It's one of those 3, and I feel like I'm not supposed to just say the same one as you, even though it probably is that one. Just because in particular that archetype that I'm talking about, it's something I tried many times with, and that's why I was sort of talking about Syrian Elementalist. Like I've gone down the path, and it never ends up quite good enough, and I'm sort of more excited to just explore that path again, just to see if it's still not quite good enough.
It as well. And yeah, they're all like they're probably all A tier, to be honest, but just not quite good enough for us to bust out.
Yeah. And this one,
and I don't think this is going to push it up past A tier, but it is probably just going to be another version of the A tier deck that we both want to happen.
I reckon this Zeraphine. Give this one a crack as well.
Yeah,
and I'll probably have this
not now, never.
In my thoughts about whatever, and probably give it a try in some decks. But outside of that, I don't even really see. Well, this will be an auto include, as we're saying, the Shrine of the Dragonlord, and outside of that, I don't really see. And the Zeraphine, I don't. Yeah,
it's like maybe the Talamh, the Earth Dragon.
Yeah, probably give. It's interesting. So these three, as a minion, you probably try.
But it's more like the Talamh is more just like if a deck that we have can cast those thresholds, probably gonna like get a look in. Maybe it makes it, maybe it doesn't. But there's not many decks that even happens for, right? So
yeah. I think as the avatar, it's just these two probably going to try and
I think so as well.
And I can see, like you said, that's probably just we try it out in some deck lists. The water one you would try out for sure. This one maybe, right? You give it a try in some decks.
So the interesting thing about between the Draconius and the Zeraphine is like as an avatar in particular. If you do the Draconius as an avatar, you're almost like it's certainly in your deck as well. Like it's great. Yeah. Whereas the Zeraphine, if it's your avatar, probably doesn't even end up in your deck.
Yeah, it's interesting
because you just won't have like enough dead minions to generate 2 copies of this.
Yeah,
I mean maybe it ends up in your deck just because you're probably going to have a higher curve anyway, like a higher mana base. So you can sort of play it and not have, instead of paying 3, you pay 7 and you get a 5 power airborne unit out of it. That if it dies, you don't mind because you can just, it adds to the dead minions. So maybe it does, but it's definitely on that like borderline play, whereas the Draconius is like 100% in that deck.
Yep. This Ignis Rex, I think, not as the avatar, but this would be in a Flamecaller deck.
As a minion, yeah.
This would be.
Yeah, I think Flamecaller that just gets jammed in Flamecaller.
And then this potentially could be in as a minion, right?
Yeah, it's pretty expensive.
Potentially.
It's not exactly easy to cast. Doesn't do heaps. I think you probably have... I think most decks that can handle casting it probably just don't want to cast it. They probably want to play something else. Maybe it's not true.
Okay, yeah, and I don't know. I think that's that, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, I think so.
This probably doesn't.
Did we talk about that one with the Avatar of Air in general?
No.
Just turning it into it. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about it, but it's more like if you're playing it in an Avatar of Air deck, you just play it, and then you get to throw it somewhere to do a lightning bolt on the turn you play it, potentially. Yep.
Maybe there's a new Avatar of Air build that wants to go higher up on the curve at some point, and this could fit.
Well, it's like the Air Earth version, right? That's why I was like, maybe it gets played in that earlier, but even then, I think it's like you end up going to 7, but you don't really want to go there, right? Like you sort of just eventually get there in a really long game. So you probably... And you have to cut something pretty good to end up even making it fit, so... But maybe does something in that deck, maybe.
It's okay if you push it that same turn onto something. Like that, again, you get that immediate value, which is that important. You tick off that box.
But it does also mean you couldn't push anything else that turn, which, at that point of the game, you likely have something you want to push.
Yeah.
So, but maybe
I can see maybe that does have a... I don't see it in anything else, but I do see it in Avatar.
No, I don't see it in anything else either, but it's like maybe it's in that deck, but maybe it's just too expensive. Maybe the triple air is like a little bit awkward some games, so maybe it ends up just being a little bit too awkward in some games that you don't really want to do it, but... You probably should be able to get your triple air.
Yeah. So there's some... Yeah, it's weird, because it's like I don't know, ultimately... Quite a bit of this is fringe playable, realistically.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, the Addtonitum is fringe playable. The Cradle is probably fringe playable. This Draco corvus is fringe playable. Ignis Rex is probably just quite playable and Flamecaller. Chyros, whatever. It's its own thing, and I'm sure people will try to build decks with it. This is... The Moonsong's not playable. The Shrine of the Dragonlord is basically a staple, and the last 3 are all playable. So basically, other than probably... Oh, and then the Dragonlord's lair is... I don't know if that's where that sits at the moment.
Yeah, well, with the thing you were saying about Dragon, that's probably going to be unplayable for quite a while. Because you definitely need a certain number of dragons in your deck before that does anything. Or you need a way to guarantee you can get it every game. And if you can do that, it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, but that's probably just in holding pattern for some point in the future, along with Kstus, right? They're just waiting for more stuff in the future. The Moon Song isn't playable. The Chyros is its own weird thing. The Shrine of the Dragonlord is a constructed staple, and basically everything else is playable in constructed, pretty much. And we'll see.
Yeah, like,
and we'll see with the Dragonlord what happens if any of these actually end up, whatever you want to call it, A+ tier, or whatever you need to get to make it viable in constructed.
I mean, in a vacuum, if no other avatars existed, it'd be fine. But they do.
Yeah. I'm sure people will do weird...
And it's going to be a very small window before a lot of these cards become irrelevant. Because, like, Gothic comes out.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can only see very few of the only cards, really, that would have scope to move the other way, I would have thought, are Chyros, Cradle... Chyros and Cradle, right? To move from basically being more playable because that set came out and not less playable.
Yep, because they're information cards and they're combo-ish cards. So.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the Draconius does because like enough more good water things come out that water goes from being an A tier deck to an S tier deck, like as a pure water.
Yeah.
Like maybe, yeah. Don't know what that would have to be, but could happen.
Alright. Well, as always, it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, we've only been on call for about 6 hours.
Yeah, it has been. We haven't... Yes, this video
it's
is...
like just shy.
Not 6, though. I think it's towards 4. 3 point something.
Well, didn't you get on at like...
Yeah, but we were talking about other stuff before we started recording for like 2 hours.
Yeah, so I said on call, not on record.
Oh yeah, I was on call. Yeah. But this video is Don't worry, everybody. It's not 6 hours. It's only 4.
And you'll find out at the end.
All right. Well, I don't know if
there is also a bunch of new spoilers for Gothic that came out over the Gen Con weekend, but they are not for tonight.
No. Yeah, we'll do them. Yeah, there's a bit of a. It's just like there's like so much stuff happening lately. It's like just keep kicking that can.
We'll get back to that limited thing eventually.
Series, but honestly, it's just so much stuff has happened in the Sorcery world this whatever it is past month.
Yeah, and I think realistically, most people want to hear about these new things more than the other thing as well. I think these are more fun for us as well. Because we sort of get to like formulate our own thoughts, have a discussion that we haven't managed to have yet as well, and to see how we feel about them.
Yeah, it's just I think normally you just these type of announcements, right? Like under normal circumstances, you get like 1 to 2 every 6 months of like a set reveal, like rules change, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Brand new mechanic being added, all that, like those types of big announcements where we would do like this, right? Like a 4-hour video about some news item. Those types of announcements are not typically like a whole bunch within the same month.
No.
Which is like...
It also feels a bit awkward with the release timing of this, right? Like, no set for a year, and then it's like this into possible Gothic, like not that far after it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've said that... it's this year, right? So even if it's in December, it's not even that far. Yeah. And if it's materially before December, it's really not that far, right? If it's in October or something.
Yeah. It's like they said last quarter, right? So if it's early last quarter, that's October, and that's 2 months. That's not long to... I mean, at least it's not going to change the meta much, this thing. But...
yeah,
so
but arguably it would have been more interesting.
But it's like, there's less hype, right? Like if this was halfway through the year, it would have been a good, like, hype point in the middle of the year. And then, as, you're waiting for more stuff and then Gothic comes out, and you're like, yay, hype again. So,
yeah, it's pretty, like the whole, Yeah, I don't know. The whole
Yeah, that's a whole nother discussion, though. The whole release around Dragonlord, but that's not for us.
Not for us, and certainly not for us today.
No, because that wouldn't be a short discussion either. If it was,
as we've hinted at, I think the main thing that's a bit, I don't know, it's weird because it's like it's just this Shrine of the Dragon.
It just feels underwhelming.
It's a combination of underwhelming with a complete staple is really weird. Well, yeah. Underwhelming, a complete constructed staple, and not attainable as a combination is really weird.
It would be nice if all those people who can't get it didn't need to get it. That would have been good, right? And then it's only the collectors and people that really want to just have everything. They just get it, and then everyone's reasonably happy, apart from the fact that it was underwhelming. But that's another ball game. So
yeah, but this is definitely
it is what it is.
This is definitely a constructed staple for now and forever, basically.
Yeah, I don't think this is ever leaving constructed staple.
I mean, I would, yeah. Alrighty. So, yeah, I don't even. It's weird. I'm not even. It was a bit of a struggle to name my favorite card, to be honest. I'm not that hyped about any of them, really.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Shrine, I wouldn't be hyped about anything. But the Draconius is definitely the one that of the least hype.
Well, I don't know if it's obviously really good, but hyped. I don't know. I'm not excited that this card exists. Let's put it that way. I don't know.
I sort of am. I don't know. I really like fixing, right? Just in general. So I'm glad that anytime fixing comes out and it's good fixing, I'm happy.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying I'm not happy about it. I'm just saying I don't know. There isn't a card that just sort of grabs me, basically. And and there's all sorts of dragons that could. There's all sorts of types of things that could have happened with dragons that could have really grabbed me.
Oh, absolutely.
But I don't know. Just trying to. It's hard to. I mean, I think the one that is probably the most interesting to me is actually Addtonitum, probably. But I get our explanation. I'm not saying it's good necessarily, but I think it's just the extra movement, the fact that when it stops, the fact that if you can find a way to move it many times, it's. Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know. When I said it was probably one of the worst ones, I wasn't really thinking about it in the fact that they're all pretty bad. So it's sort of maybe not the worst one in that sort of context. Yeah. And it probably is one of the better ones, considering
if there's an Avatar of Air build that is pretty decent. Because I think the main thing with Avatar of Air, typically, right, you play side, and then typically you just want to draw play. You never want to draw a side at the start of your turn, typically, right?
No, and most of the time you don't even want to be tap drawing. Most of the time you want to be either attacking or moving to get better pushes and things like that. So that's the big problem with Avatar of Air trying to go to 7.
That's basically out of the question, though, if you want to go to 7.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. So it has to be a different Avatar of Air build.
Yeah. But, I don't mind the Earth Splash. I don't mind the Leprechauns, obviously, going to help you get up to the 7.
Yeah, for sure.
I think there's definitely a build where it could make sense. I think the question is it just worse than not
other
doing
options? Yeah.
How much does
I think it's also, is it just worse than other options?
Yeah. Yeah.
I certainly haven't looked through them to see if it is, but, it could be.
For whatever reason, it's just, I think in regard, like I'm saying, just, I guess, the ability and whatever, the way, that's the one that, of the actual dragons, that's probably the one that, it's either that or the draconius, it's those ones. I'm just trying to, I feel like I can't pick the same one as you, so I'm like, if I can't pick the same one, what am I picking? I think that's probably the second one. Obviously, this one is kind of interesting, but I feel like at the end of the day, this is more of one for your avatar ability, I think. You could easily include it in a deck where if you happen to get it, you happen to get it. But you're not going to build a whole deck around this ability.
No, I think it's more, it just sort of slots into the Druid Steam or the mid-rangey Steam decks. So, you'll get value out of it. if you only get one card back, it's fine, and you jammed it as like, deal with it or you're probably going to lose sort of card. And if they've been spending the whole game dealing with all your other cards that fits that bill, it's like maybe it lives.
Yeah, but that's basically the extent of it, right? Like, you cast it, maybe you get to do it, whatever. Whereas this has got a bit more, I don't know, happening with my thought patterns, and I think this one in particular, you potentially can, you set, especially with Avatar Bear in particular, right? Like, Avatar Bear can just sort of set turns up and do interesting stuff, and this just allows for interesting things to happen.
So I think the thing that sort of pushes me away from the card a little bit is it's just a lightning bolt that it does. It's not that special, It's not really doing anything funky, and
I suppose so.
If you have to attack into a square where their avatar isn't, or that they couldn't block anyway, it's pretty expensive for what it is, right? So there's a chance that it's literally just a 7-cost 6-power flyer. That's pretty mediocre.
Yeah.
But obviously there's a chance that it does a lot more, but probably not.
Well, in Avatar Bear, there's always more of a chance because you can push it the turn you play it.
Yeah, but if they don't have like a minion that it's going to kill,
you're
probably not getting it onto their avatar the same turn. So it
probably not.
Does nothing.
Yep.
And there's also a chance that if you're pushing it onto their side of the board, it's in like a more risky position for just getting killed.
Yep. Oh, I'm not saying necessarily. Yeah, I'm just saying it's just, I don't know. It's interesting. That's all. I'm not saying it's good. I don't know. Something about it. Just blink, flanking maneuver or something. Like, yeah. If you go to 7, then the following turn you can.
Okay, so
unlike if it's your avatar ability, right? As the minion, if you're at 7, you can actually like triple blink.
I think the minion is better than your avatar ability, for sure. But just as a direct comparison to a 7-cost, 6-power air unit with Avatar of Air, I think Nightmare might be better than it. Potentially.
Yeah, potentially. Is that
still
the same? I mean, that's quite different. It doesn't have airborne, right?
No, but it pushes like just straight up killing anything is pretty good. I mean, maybe you can't always get it to work, but
yeah, yep.
But yeah, it's certainly. I mean, I wouldn't play that though. But if they're on the same par, I think you could compare it to Highland Clansman. Maybe that's better.
Maybe. I mean, I think that was one thing here as well. Just thought about it multiple times. I just never said I was thinking when you were talking that it's like, it's a bit weird that none of these have charge. But
yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I think it's better than. Well, again, depends on the deck, right? Because Highway Clansman only has a single air threshold as well. But I think
I think if I was playing limited, I'd rather have a Highland Clansman.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're not likely to get an Addtonitum in a booster pack in limited, unless it's a weird limited event where everybody gets a Dragonlord.
Yeah, Dragonlord. Yeah, I reckon it'd be a pretty fun event if you did like a Dragonlord on top of a box sealed, like where you crack a box and you play a seal, like you build a sealed deck out of it. Those events.
Yeah.
And you just throw in a Dragonlord on top of it. That'd be a pretty fun event.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, pretty expensive at the moment.
Yeah. If you could even do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not sure we'll ever see that one come to fruition. Alrighty. Do we need a closing thought? I think we're done, right?
No, I think we've had about 6 different closing thoughts as we've been trying to leave.
We're not really that excited about it on the whole. You need to get a Shrine of the Dragonlord. That's the one sentence summary of the last 4 hours. That's
not me either saying that too. That's everybody.
Everybody. Well, yeah, exactly. But the one sentence summary of the last 4 hours is basically, nothing matters too much, but except you have to get a Shrine of Dragonlord.
Yeah,
that really does matter. Everything else doesn't matter. That's it, pretty much. With quite a bit of nuance. Obviously, it's not quite that clear cut, but that's your one sentence version. So
yeah, if you can't get a Dragonlord set because you just can't get it, just try and get a shrine and don't worry about the rest. Is what it comes down to. And then after your event, probably sell the shrine for more than a box set of this would even cost. RIP.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, who knows whether. Yep. No idea what. I guess. Yeah. I have no idea what's going to happen. Yep. What will happen with that, or how easy it will or won't be to get one, or how much it'll cost, or anything, because it's just. Yeah.
Imagine opening 2 of those in one box.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I thing is, I don't know if I'd want to. I never really play foil cards. I don't think I'm gonna want to, get rid of the non-foil one. So, but yeah. Anyway, that's again because it's such a constructed staple. Even if you ended up with more than one, you wouldn't be unhappy about having more than one.
Exactly. I mean, it's probably going to... I think it's going to be the most viable foil because of the playability of, like, the non-foil version. Like, just people trying to get more copies of it in general. Yeah. There's also a lot of people that like to play full foil decks, and as soon as they have to play this, that's going to spike the price of that to the moon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's going to be... I mean, as we've talked about it more, I suppose it's probably...
It was always going to be between Dragonlord and Shrine, but the fact that Dragonlord's effectively unplayable, almost, like, very fringe borderline playable, is probably going to drive the price of it down just a little bit compared to Shrine, maybe.
Possibly. I mean, a lot of people also only play for... Like, the only 4 they play is an Avatar, though, as well. So...
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
And foil avatars in general.
I can't see it being anything else, though, other than those 2.
No. Can't imagine it.
And I also have no idea what the third most valuable might be. Whether it's the Dragonlord's lair, or the Chyros, or the Cradle. It's likely one of those 3, right?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I opened Dragonlord's lair, and I wasn't upset with it at first, but now the more we talk about the actual playability of this set, it's like, oh, that one's not very good.
I guess not, but the price of foils isn't solely dictated by its playability. It's the only side in the set. The art is pretty cool.
Yeah, and sites generally seem to be some of the more expensive foils anyway.
So yeah, I would be gobsmacked if it's the least valuable one.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
It's just hard to know. Basically, like effectively, all of these other ones, like the because the Kstus just kind of looks pretty cool.
Yeah,
and then you basically got the rest.
Maybe
of them,
it's
Draco, Addtonitum. This one again. This one I wouldn't, even though it's the worst one. I don't think it will be the least valuable, just because
I don't think it'll be the cheapest either.
Don't know where that'll land.
People that like wolves, there's something wrong with their brain. They just have to get them.
Yeah. Well, yep. Yeah. So anyway, I honestly, I don't know, but yep. On the whole,
go to bed.
If you're struggling to open it, we got a separate 6-minute, I think, pretty quick video on the channel to show you how to open it. Basically, it's remarkably difficult to get the cards out of the pack inside the box, but we managed to work it out and not damage the cards in the process. And I hear people are actually using the knife or the box cutter, like the actual sharp blade approach, and I'm like, oh my god, that's...
I mean, I think it's like, if we knew that the back card was just the throwaway card and we actually had a box cutter, I don't think I would have been upset about using it. Yeah. But when you don't know those things, it's like, that feels a bit worse.
Well, also, it is at the end of the day just a playing card and a box cutter, which are, I mean, you're either using a blade that's sharp enough that if you apply the incorrect amount of pressure, you're literally punching through your foil card as well. Yeah,
but if you're just trying to get through plastic, you can go pretty light.
Yeah.
And you'll get there.
I've seen some people doing box opening experiences where they can hardly get a booster pack open without bending all the cards in half. So it's
that's a. I wouldn't suggest people.
It's like yeah, exactly. So yeah, and if it's not sharp enough, then you run the prospect of denting it, right?
Yep.
Which is probably actually the more likely issue, right? Because if it's just super sharp and you're super gentle, you're all good, right? Basically.
Yes.
Yeah, like you're applying no
That's
pressure.
That's how all knives should be, though. The sharper, the better. Yeah. The sharper it is, the less likely you are to hurt yourself.
Yeah. Yep. I'm not sure if it's the sharper it is, the less likely you are to hurt your piece of cardboard, but yeah. But it's definitely yourself, yes. Right. Cool. Thanks. Pleasure as always. And I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Whenever it is. Whenever.
I thought you were doing a sign off, not saying goodbye to me.
No, saying goodbye to you, and I'll do the sign off. Yeah. So thanks everybody for watching. What's your favorite card? Let us know. Do you agree? Do you think one of these cards is completely busted? It's going to be the new thing in every constructed deck, and we've just missed it because we've got no idea what we're talking about. Or you agree with us or whatever? Just let us know. I think obviously for us, it's just we not play with any of these cards. There's very much just thinking about it a little bit, some first thoughts. We'll see where we go. But thanks for watching, and we'll catch you for the next video. I think at this point,
probably more spoilers.
Yeah, it's going to be. I was going to say, are we finally back to the limited play series? No, there's more Gothic spoilers we've got to do. So, yeah, we'll do the Gothic spoilers, but we haven't done that yet. We have actually re-picked up the limited play series, so I probably will release this video. Probably get a couple of the limited play series, or at least one out again before we do the Gothic spoilers, and then maybe we'll be back to it regularly. We'll see. But yeah, as we're saying, I think we're just gonna do more interesting stuff as and when it happens, and we'll just, when there isn't, we'll just continue this limited play series until it's finished. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah.
And with any luck, we'll finish it before Gothic comes out, basically. But that should be pretty doable.
And then we'll start a new series.
Yep. Yeah. Limited play, but with Gothic series. Yeah. But I think we'd need to play with it a bunch first anyway before we'd want to do that. So.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So thanks everybody for watching. Keep safe, keep well, keep enjoying your sorcery, and we'll catch you for the next video that we do. Cheers.
Bye, everybody.